Man, fuck you. You see, that's the beauty of my whole shtick here is you can adapt my format, the in-gaming format, to almost anything, right? And I have a lot of ideas of stuff that aren't military aircraft that I want to do. I don't want to give too much stuff away, but I have some plans. The next video is obviously the Harrier, but the one after that is gonna break out a little bit. It's still military focused, but it is gonna be a slightly different video. Hey everybody, how we doing? So we're gonna do a long stream today. This is definitely gonna be the longest stream I've ever done. I've said for a while that I wanna, as a somewhat I wouldn't say journalist, but to have some semblance of journalistic integrity, I want to correct shit that I get wrong in my videos. Not that it's like, you know, my videos are super educational, you know, it's entertainment, and I'm just a dumbass here talking about stuff I think is cool. But I get stuff wrong in a lot of them. And I've tried to, if you've ever read the comments, the pinned comment is usually a corrections comment where I go through and usually you guys, you know, say, hey, you said everything was good, but you fucked up this one thing. And I feel kind of responsible about that. So I want to do a video where I go through every video that I've made so far and put those corrections on the forefront, right? Issue a retraction, essentially. And then also I want to do some update stuff. Like, since I've put out, you know, the AC-130 in gaming, there's been 2 new games that have put AC-130-esque vehicles in them that aren't covered. So I was kind of thinking originally that I was going to make it a more traditional video where, you know, I type out the script and I record it and I edit it and I you know, record footage in the games and all that stuff like I usually do. That seems like a lot of work. And if I want it to come out, I wanted this to come out in August, but clearly that didn't happen. Wait, did I move? Yes, I moved about, what, in April, I want to say? Yeah. Which is why there haven't been many videos out this last year, because life's just been kind of crazy. Anyway, rather than do all that, I thought, let's just do a stream and watch all the videos on stream and laugh at them, because I'll be honest, I've forgotten a lot of the jokes that I've put in my videos, and it's clearly my sense of humor. So I think they're hilarious when I forget them and they pop up. I've gone back and rewatched my videos a little bit, but not a ton. So we're gonna go through. We're just gonna watch the videos, react to them, and as I say wrong shit, I will pause and issue a correction. And then at the end of each video, we'll kind of talk about what the new things are. Did I see the AC-8 trailer? Man, that is a perfect transition, because I want to start. No, I have not. I have purposefully not seen the trailer. I had a friend that was actually at the Game Awards as like a seat filler, and she was filming the screen as it was out. Shout out Logo Spare. And said that to me, and I like kind of watched it, but then I like nope, I don't want to see too much of it. I've seen bits and pieces through that and through my Discord. People have obviously been posting, and on Reddit, like, I see stuff, but I have not watched it fully yet. And we are gonna start the stream by watching it and kind of do a little reaction to that, and then we'll get into my videos, which are way worse. Have you seen the new Old Republic trailer? Man, all right, real quick on the Old Republic trailer. Yes, I did see that, And while that's exciting, right? I feel like it's the same kind of shit that we got for the Elder Scrolls 6, which was what, 7 years ago? That was like 2018, 2017, 2018. It's been almost a decade for the Elder Scrolls 6, and all we have gotten is one CGI teaser. So when I see a CGI teaser like that, it's kind of hard for me to like give a shit. I'm glad that it's announced. Cool. I would have been just as hyped reading that in a blog post as I would have seeing that trailer. Because seeing that trailer, I know, okay, this thing is at least 6-7 years away. When it's just a fully pre-rendered CGI trailer with no gameplay, nothing like that. They said it's not going to take 5+ years, but you know how games work. Anyway, we're going to start the stream here. Let's make sure I can do this correctly. Yes, I am a professional YouTuber. We're going to watch fucking this Ace Combat video because I have not seen it yet. So I'm going to watch it fully through, just kind of get a vibe, and then I kind of want to go through and pause and actually look at it.
Take a look. What a sight to behold.
I know the F-18 is like the Protag's plane.
It's all over.
I know there's an
Last
E-girl.
lands of the FCO.
Spoiler, as a girl, yeah.
Federation of Central Asia.
I like that it's on Strange
Thank you for joining us on this ship.
Going Assault Horizon.
Hello there, my
Earth.
dear newcomer. You are very lucky, you know.
Yes, we are
I feel like
critically undermanned
this is
on
the
this
most
ship.
people
Don't worry at all.
that you've seen
The man in
in
front
an
is
Ace
Jan
Combat
Rexco,
game.
the Wings of Thief. You're
Right.
riding shotgun with a legendary Ace of Aces.
He's a mass delusion fabricated by the rumor mill of social media.
Arsenal Bird, kind of?
Shadows.
Or is that the thing from, is that the,
Time to pull
yeah,
out, 22.
that was very Top Gun,
God damn it.
the felon there.
Start swimming, soldier.
Oh yeah, this is definitely Top Gun vibes.
Let's keep at it, Rex.
Ray, heads up!
On your orders, Rex.
To keep Hope alive, Wings of Thief must stay on the mission. Must fly.
I'm guessing Rex
I
is
can
the
make up your kill
Protag.
count to be whatever. Right. From now on, you'll be the greatest ace pilot this war will ever know.
All right, and that's it. That's it. All right. All right, let's go through here, and I kind of want to see. Obviously, ain't much here. The rituals did work. I know, it's crazy. It's kind of an Arsenal bird. Looks similar, but it's something different. Yeah, it looks like it has a hanger like out the back. All right, who cares about that? This is all like cinematics, which, I mean, whatever. Again, there's a lot of people. I haven't played every Ace Combat. Assault Horizon had a lot of people in it. I don't think that necessarily bodes well for this necessarily. This seems like a president kind of dude, maybe. And you're not Ocean, right? Unfortunately, it didn't work for Half-Life 3. As the world's #1 certified Half-Life hater, I'm so happy it didn't happen. A lot of cinematic stuff here. Yeah, F-18 is going to be your main thing. It looks like it's mostly going to be carrier based too, which will be interesting. I wonder if they're going to implement, because I know you can land on a carrier a little bit in past games, but it's not like a super fundamental. I wonder if they're going to add like more realistic carrier ops to it. Story-wise, it looks like you're the Wizzo to start with. Yeah, that's the back seat. Is that an F-18 back there? That doesn't. It might be. I'm not sure. I can't really tell what that is. Yeah, it's an F-18 for sure. It looks a little bit F-22-ish. And before the beginning is that Battlefield 3 mission where you just point the camera at enemies. It does kind of look like a Raptor, right? It looks a little F-22-ish, but it's got external hard points here. And Hornets have like a very similar kind of V shape to the tail. But these don't really look like Hornets up front. This almost looks Tomcat-ish. This is just okay. Here we go. This is definitely like Arsenal Bird light, right? I don't have a like frame. There we go. Yeah, see, it's carrying some kind of payload back here. And when it comes to I talked about this, I think, in the F-16 video. When it comes to boss fights in games like these, I much prefer this kind of thing over another fighter, right? Because Project Wingman is guilty of this too. Ace Combat's obviously very guilty of it. But when you're fighting like another Ace, they're just really annoying to fight, and it just turns into an annoying turn battle where you spam missiles, and 1 out of 10 hits, but then it still takes like 20 missiles to kill them. They're like unbelievably durable and unbelievably nimble. And I just don't find it fun after like 3 minutes. But stuff like this, where you're fighting something that's way bigger and attacking weak points, or even like Megalith at the end of AC4, those kind of boss battles I feel are just more interesting. The best is when it's a squadron with normal health. I guess. I mean, that's like a trash mob. You know what I mean? That's like stuff on the way to the actual boss. Here we go. Here's a pretty good shot of it. Well, it blowing up. Are there 2 of them? It looks like there might be multiple here because this is a wing crashing into one. So maybe there'll be like a fleet of like 3 or 4 of these coming out. Felon's obviously the bad guy here. This livery is kind of sick. I dig the black and red. These are drones. These are Reapers, it looks like, with Hellfires. So if there's going to be like pilotable drones, other than like the ones like the super drones, but like realistic drones. Yeah, let's see if I can target his wings. Yeah, look at how is this not exactly from Top Gun? This is literally exactly from the second Top Gun movie. UI looks exactly the same as 7. There are 2 special weapons. It may be that might be. Have they confirmed that's what it's going to be? Because that could be something else. If it is 2 special weapons, they didn't equipped. D-pad next to the minimap, I did see that for wingman controls. I've never played an Ace Combat that has wingman controls. I have played like tactical shooters, like old like Rainbow Six and stuff that have controls for like your squad mates and stuff like that. And it almost never works well. If you look at the plane in some other shots, it shows 2 different special weapons. Okay. There you go. That's cool. It's also still doing that. Assault Horizons does this, and I really dislike it, where the FOV when you're in cockpit view is super zoomed in. Like we don't see any of like our instrumentation. It's just the HUD. And I kind of dislike that. I find it kind of disorienting, right? I kind of like having the context of being able to see a lot more of the cockpit. Now, this could just be like cinematic for the shot, but I know it's not in Assault Horizons. In the Assault Horizons, you get this pretty much same kind of FOV. If I heard correctly, there was an interview where they were wanting to do multiple special weapons before, but weren't sure on it till Project Wingman did it. Well, there you go. Yeah, Project Wingman has a really good implementation of it. I really hope it just has VR support out the door, man. That would be.
Fire. Time to pull out.
Oh, who the hell are these people? Hold up. All right, these guys are definitely the antagonists, right? They got these like Persian style daggers on them. These aren't Belkins, are they? They look Asian, but this is certainly like a Middle Eastern inspired design here.
Time to pull out.
And then hang on, they have like a little thing I want to see here. Yeah. Like they both have this very ceremonial looking buckle this looks like it's like a crest or something like that. This gives like big Death Stranding vibes kind of to me, like these two standing.
Pull out. 22.
Very coaching. And yeah, your pilot, this has got to be like the first mission, right? Pilots that you're with is dying. You make it out. Very Goose and Mav.
Start swimming, soldier. Make it home alive.
Let's keep at it, Rex.
Ray, heads up.
On your orders, Rex.
To keep hope alive,
There's
wings of Thebe must stay
everyone
on the
saying your
mission.
name.
Must fly on.
I can make up your kill count.
Oh, hang on. I want to see all of them.
I can make.
Oh. Yeah, I know about her.
I
Professor, is that what that said?
Must fly
Oh, jeez. Yep. Look at this nerd with his glasses. Man, ain't no way they're letting him fly a Hornet with glasses.
I can make up your kill count to be whatever. Right. From now.
And then I think I saw someone thought this is fuck. Someone thought this might be Count. Son of a bitch. I doubt it's going to be Count. Apart you don't have a face. The Top Gun cameras with the transparent visors to see the faces are funny. Yeah. I know that was a big criticism of them all using clear visors in the daytime. Is it okay? Is it period? And there it is. Jesus Christ. Thank you. I clearly do YouTube Live. Anyway, people are saying this might be Count. I don't think it honestly kind of looks more like tabloid. But
From now on.
what do I know? Are they just like living out here? Like, are you part of a formal military here? Or are you just like some splinter group? Because this guy's just chilling on the deck of a super.
You'll be the greatest ace pilot this war will ever know.
Anyway, that looks cool. I'm hyped for it. Co-op will be cool. I'm excited for that. I really hope that there's here. Let's look at the splash screen at the end here with all the. You can wish list it. I wonder if it'll say VR on there. I haven't heard anything about VR. Do you know this carrier is like the last one standing or something, and they took some civilians? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, is this like a full military force with logistics behind it, or is it like World War Z? You know what I mean? Let's not download stuff right now, please. Thank you. Cross-platform multiplayer, that's pretty big. Online co-op is great. Cross-platform multiplayer is huge. That'll be cool. Yeah, no VR tag. Which, man, if they don't, if they have seen the Unreal mod that puts VR in, and Project Wingman, and they don't include VR support out of the box, that is the hugest, biggest, most massive L Project Casey's can make, in my humble opinion. This is probably all just mostly stills from the trailer. Yeah, I don't see anything terribly new there. Anyway, that was cool. I'm excited for that. That's gonna be a good one. And they said, yeah, coming out next year. So, fingers crossed. They showed more in-engine stuff here than Knights of the Old Republic did. So that alone gives me more hope about it. All right. That's Ace Combat. Next, we're going to get in to my videos. As you can see here, I have a playlist. 12 videos, and they're each about a half hour. Except for the X-Wing. X-Wing's a little shorter. So we're gonna be here a bit. Like I said, we're just gonna go through, watch them all, laugh at them, and when something pops up that I said that I know for a fact is incorrect, we're just gonna pause and correct that, and then at the end we'll talk about like the new stuff that's come out. All right, here we go. F-35. This, by the way, before I deleted everything, like the goober that I am, this video was at 150,000 views. And now it's almost to 40,000. And my channel definitely took a bit of a nosedive when I accidentally deleted all that stuff. And it was one of the, man, that was a huge L. If we're counting up all my L's, that one's definitely at the top of the list. But anyway, the F-35 in gaming. Which, when I did re-upload this, I changed that intro music because the music I originally used on it said it was copyright free. So I used just the background music. It was like another lo-fi, like, trancey, just chill background music. And it got claimed, but only this first section. Once I start talking, it doesn't pick it up again. So I changed out this first music. And then once I start talking, you kind of hear me going back to the regular music. So, the F-35, the Lightning II, Fat Amy, the best 5th-gen fighter and perhaps the most advanced plane in the world. The F-35 has captured my imagination since I first heard about it. I remember that day, too. It was like 7th grade, and my science teacher was probably hungover or something and put on a video about the... I'm conflicted with the F-35. I absolutely love how the jet looks mostly, but I hate the engine. The F-35, I've said this before, and I'm happy to say it on record again. It's like a tomboy with abs. And I will not explain any further than that. JSF competition. This must have been like... Also, the audio mixing on this video is horrible. My voice is way too quiet. 2003, 2004, mind you. The Lockheed X-35 versus the Boeing X-32, which, by the way, the X-32 might be one of the goofiest, ugliest, yee-ass aircraft I've ever seen. True. The goal of the competition was to find a single airframe that could replace the A-10, the F-16, the F-A-18, and the Harrier. So one plane for the entire military. And I had a pretty amateur and fleeting understanding of modern military at the time, most of which came from Command and Conquer generals.
But watching this
played that
reality
yesterday.
TV style competition,
game's still fucking
between
good.
The next fighter jets to be used by the U.S. Armed Forces, it really sparked my interest in military aviation.
Hold on.
Thankfully, the X Forces, it really
That
sparked
that
the
slam
decision
into the
between
runway
the
is
next
crazy.
fighter jets to be used by the U.S. Armed Forces. It really sparked my
And then
interest
right
in
back
military
off.
aviation.
Thankfully,
That's
in testing. That's the
F-35 won and was
X-35
adopted as the F-35 in 2006. Now, for a little bit of military drama. Not many people over the last decade have had a lot of nice things to say about the F-35. Mostly due to these two eyebrows attached to this amalgamation of lies known
Fuck
as
this
Peter
guy.
Spray. Now, Spray is a jazz musician who would sell audiophile equipment, but he also made friends with this other guy who was really good at flying simulated dogfights against trainee pilots in the Air Force, and he also just kind of outlined how to think. I don't know. Anyway, Spray pretty much lied that he designed the A-10, F-15, F-16, and
I have this
F-22.
image saved
He
in like
did.
my image
And
assets
thankfully,
folder
Spray
because I use
died
it
a
every
few years
time.
ago. Now, Spray was hired by Russia Today, a state-owned Russian news channel whose entire job is pro-Russian propaganda, which usually means anti-American.
That desk is
propaganda.
sick though.
This Russian-based news station, who usually broadcasts in Russian, had Spray on a number of times to be broadcast in English, talk about the F-35, saying it's terrible and bad and sucks, etc., etc. That coupled with a single
So far,
instance
this is
of
all
a
true.
simulated dogfight involving an F-16 and an unfinished F-35, where the F-35 lost, created a media storm and the perception that it was, well, just a bad plane. Crazy thing is, after Spray died, all of a sudden, news started coming out about how the F-35 actually fucks super hard. Isn't that interesting? Anyway, why is F-35 big good? Well, there's a few reasons, but before we get into that, let's talk about the different variants of F-35. Because it was supposed to be one plane for the entire military, yeah, that didn't happen. There's 3 different versions of the plane. Well, 5 if you want to be technical, but 3 that matter. There's the A, B, and C variants. Easy way to remember which is which. The letter corresponds to where it lands. A is for airfield, C is for carrier, and B is for boosies. Not the main differences.
That's fucking funny. I forgot I put that in. Oh my god.
The A variant, used by the Air Force, is the lightest and cheapest, and because of that, it's the most exported. It features an internal cannon, standard landing gear
so
and
cool.
wingspan, and has a refueling port rather than a probe to make use of the Air Force's aerial refueling boom arms. It is also, at the time of writing, the only one capable of carrying nuclear weapons. The Navy C variant has a slightly larger wingspan and rear elevators, which help with slower landing speeds. It also gives it a bit more fuel and range. To fit in carrier's hangars, the wings can also fold. It's been equipped with beefed up landing gear to help with the more
I think that
intense
clip
landings
is the
needed during
first
cattle
ever
operations.
carrier
It lacks an
launch
internal cannon,
of
but it can carry a gun pod
F-35C.
on its belly, and for in-air refueling, it has a probe rather than a port. The B version for the Marines is the cool one. It's the one that performs VTOL, or vertical takeoff landing, because it can swivel its engine to point straight down and has a big ass fan in the middle of it. However, STOVL might be more appropriate, as it usually doesn't take off vertically. It probably could, although perhaps with no payload and less fuel. I've seen it done, but it might be a doctrine thing.
So what I've learned since is that even when it's loaded up with weapons and fuel and everything like that, you still can VTOL, but it's just incredibly fuel inefficient, right? And that makes total sense. And rarely are you in a place where you would need to do that. Like, for whatever reason, this thing landed in a parking lot, got refueled, and then needed to take off again. It could do that. It would waste about a third of its fuel doing it, but it could do that. But 99% of the time, it's still going to be at a an airfield or on an LHD, where it has the horizontal space to do a short takeoff. So while it can do that, it doesn't ever make sense to do it, but it is still really cool.
Anyway, same thing as the C variant when it comes to tankers and the gun. Due to the fan being basically dead weight when not in use, this version has the least range and is by far the most expensive.
Yeah, but
As
it's
for
the
other
coolest.
two technically still F-35 variants, there's the X-35, the prototype, and the F-35I, which is a custom model used by Israel. It's pretty much an F-35A that's been optimized for Israeli military operations, so probably like Gaza.
Bombing hospitals in Gaza. That's
There's
what
also
I said.
plans for a two-seat version, which sounds...
I was too much of a pussy to not bleep it back then. If I was remaking this now, I definitely would have unbleeped it. Imagine if there was a video of Taliban sniping a VTOLing F-35 with an RPG like in Battlefield. Did the Taliban ever engage F-35s? I don't think they did.
pretty fucking cool. Anyway, that's all the stuff people know about the jets, like the normie shit. What you can kind of just see from the outside. But that's not what makes them super fucking cool. You hear the phrase, we don't know anything about the F-35 because it's all classified. And well, yes, but also no. Like, we have a pretty decent knowledge base of
It's true.
what
It's
the
a
plane can
commercially
do, and not so
available
much
airframe,
how it does
technically.
it. So let's go over its lesser known capabilities. And yes, I know this is supposed to be about video games. We're getting to that. First is the ideology in regards to its cockpit design. Most jets, even more modern ones like the F-22, have a lot of analog instrumentation. How the cockpit of an F-15 looks like the control center for the Titanic's boiler room. The F-35 went
F-15A,
almost
I could never.
entirely digital. Other planes will have like 2 to 3 MFCDs or multi-function color displays. These are typically low-resolution monitors with physical buttons surrounding them for use with radar, munition systems, targeting pods, stuff like that. The F-35 said, fuck that, you can NFC these nuts. Giant iPad. All of the instrumentation
I stole that joke. I stole that joke from Spicy Gavino, but fuck, man, it's fucking funny.
is one large MFC TD, or multifunction color touch display.
And that's wrong. I say that in a second, that I'm not sure if that's what it's called. That is not what it's called. It's called a PCD, which is panoramic cockpit display. And that's a way better name. I give them that.
And okay, I pulled that term out of my ass, but if it isn't that, it should be, because that's basically what it is. It's divided up into 4 main sections, and the pilot can custom.
It is also technically not one big screen, but 2 side-by-side screens very close. So I was about to point, you guys can't see. Like these 2 screens, you can combine these into being one big module. And same, you can also split these more. You can make this one come down, but you cannot like have these 2 center ones become one big screen because it is split. So you can kind of fuck around with these 2, and you can kind of fuck around with these 2, but this is a thin bezel in between the 2.
Customize what the section displays. The cockpit also lacks a traditional HUD and displays the information usually thrown up on there to a head-mounted display. It's like augmented reality. It's fucking cool.
It is
the
fucking
plane
cool.
is covered in all kinds of sensors in a system known as the AN/AAQ-37 DAS, or Distributed Aperture System. It can basically get thermal imaging data from the areas immediately around the plane.
This
full
fucking
spherical 360 degrees. and
3ds
detect things
Max
missile
from
launches,
2002
track friendly and enemy aircraft,
animation.
navigation, night vision, and even targeting data. Working in conjunction with the DAS is the EOTS, or Electro-Optical Targeting System.
Best part
which
of the
is
plane.
basically a Gucci-ass integrated targeting pod. This thing can see for dozens of miles in every direction except above the jet, in thermal and color vision. It's also
It can't do color vision. That was my mistake. It is only thermal and I think IR, but no color vision.
a laser designator for laser guided bombs.
Marketing budget of a
And
free
aircraft.
lunch.
Hell, the pilot can even link it to his HMD, and it can be used to look directly through the
I
aircraft.
could put out a
It also
video
has a super cool phaser
3D
array radar,
animation,
which I'm way
at
too
least
dumb to
as
understand.
good as that.
I think it works like
If not a
noise
little bit
canceling
better.
headphones, and pretty much makes the radar like
At least- it would
steerable
at least
so you
have
can
better
lock onto
lighting.
multiple things. The F-35 can also cyberbully you with its AN
See, this one's a little better.
239 Barracuda electronic warfare suite. Pilot can use this technology to interrupt enemy radar, including incoming missile tracking, jam communications, or enemy data link.
Also, I love that the U2 now is exclusively used, or it might be done by now, but in recent years, exclusively used as a like low altitude satellite for data link. That's so cool.
GPS systems, stuff like that. Electronic warfare has become a huge part of the modern battlefield, and it's important that high-end fighters like Amy here can hold their own when dedicated EW aircraft aren't around. A few other cool notes are the obvious internal weapons bay, optional external pylons, drag behind radar decoy and radar absorbent material, or RAM coding, and the standard stuff like RWR, autopilot, GPS, navigation, computer, etc. Now, that's all well and good, but why is this so important for me to tell you? Well, my friends, situational awareness. All this data is compiled and shown to the pilot on a program called the TSD, or Tactical Situation Display. The TSD will...
And you know, I feel like this aspect of the plane, the only game that really makes you appreciate this kind of like situational awareness and data link and integrated systems, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, is VTOL VR. Because if you fly the F-45 in VTOL VR, and it like the HUD literally shows you in like, you know, 3D space where your allies are, both on the ground and in the air, where the enemies are, you know, you can look around and see them. Even missiles, you could see incoming missiles and stuff like that. If the plane knows where it is, it will display that. Being able to have that kind of situational awareness and then go into the FA-26 and get none of that except for on like your nav screen and your radar, you feel blind. You feel like you're flying with, you know, with a blindfold on. It's insane the amount of situational awareness and how much that can influence your decision making and, you know, even like understanding of where the battle is going. And I mean, that's why it's the best F-35 in gaming, because it does that.
In real time, without input, show the pilot everything in a definable area a sensor has picked up. Friend, foe, threat, unknown. Hell, this is one of those things we're not exactly sure the extent of what it can do. And while that's useful enough on its own, the F-35 can data link. It can take information from other F-35s, other fighters, AOACs, ground radars, probably even ground forces like tanks and shit, maybe even satellites, and display that info on the TSD in real time. It's like they're playing an RTS game, but the fog of war has disappeared.
Exactly.
The networked information is the true strength of the F-35. Now that you've got a pretty firm grasp,
and Baja understood that. That's it.
On the publicly known abilities, let's get into why you clicked on this video. I mean, other than I personally sent it to you and I begged you to watch it.
When I first made this video, I had like 200 subscribers, and I think all of them were people I knew, like personally. They were like coworkers or online friends, you know, stuff like that. I did not think anybody was going to watch this video, and I put it up. I remember I put it up. I went to bed. My wife was out of town for work, and I ended up sleeping on the sofa. So I put it out, went to sleep, and woke up at like 2 a.m, checked my phone, and I had, I swear, almost thousands of notifications on YouTube. I think I got 5,000 subscribers or 3,000 subscribers, something like that, just from this one video in like a day. It was insane. And I think it got 40,000 views up that first night. And even to this day, it's by far, the original upload at least, by far my most viewed video and most successful one. So thank you guys for watching this one.
I have 7 games, which is honestly more than I expected there to be, which have the F-35 in them. Some are mods, sure, but I feel like they're high quality enough to be featured, or at least well known enough. I haven't really ordered these in any particular way, except the last one.
That HUD is weird right there. It's like following his vision, which isn't really accurate of how it is. I'm glad YouTube decided to throw it at me. Me too, because I feel like my production quality has gone way up since I've made this.
which I think is
It's a little hard for me to watch nowadays, you know.
the best representation of the aircraft in gaming. So, without further ado, let's get into it.
What's up? Can a low come up in your crib?
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Oh, nigga, don't hate me because I'm beautiful, nigga. Maybe if you got rid of that old yee ass haircut you got, you get some,
bitches on your dick.
Oh, better yet, maybe Tanisha will call your dog.
I'm not
ass.
gonna
She ever
say
stop fucking with
the
that
last
brain
part.
surgeon, the lawyer she fucking with, nigga.
He said it. I didn't say it.
What?
It was in GTA.
It's hard to think GTA 5 is 11 years old. I used to play this game regularly, especially when the PC version
These
dropped.
slow motion
I always
shots are
loved the planes in this
so easy to get in
I feel like a
GTA
good
5,
chunk
and they
of
look so
flights and
good.
people got their start in GTA. And I mean, look at the selection. You've got the not C-130, the not F-16, the not Harrier.
That one's coming up. I'm excited to talk about this one.
And most recently, the not F-35. The F-160 Raiju is like a cursed love child between an F-35 and the Su-75 Checkmate, also known as the Femboy. A plane which, by the way, as far as we know, only exists as...
So that transition right there, go back, use my frames because I know how. All right, that might take too long. But that transition of it going from GTA to the real plane, that was a total accident. And I didn't even realize it until after I posted the video that it showed up like that. But damn, does it look smooth.
Cursed love child between an F-35 and the Su-75 Checkmate, also known as the Femboy. A plane which, by the way, as far as we know...
Oh, it lines up
exists as a
almost
plywood
perfectly.
model.
It's funny how much stuff like that will randomly show up in the edit. And it's just like, ooh, that's good. Like, I'll get chills sometimes when stuff just kind of falls in together like that. It's damn near perfect.
Up. Funny enough, there's a livery in the game that's been taken from the Su-57, Russia's current 5th gen fighter.
This has always bothered me. You can, I don't know how well the YouTube compression is on your end, but going through YouTube twice might make it kind of hard to see. But this has that livery with the like digital kind of blue with the white edges. And I wish I used a better clip because you can't fucking see it here. It's so dark.
But they only have like 12 of them, so it doesn't really count. Oh, no, wait, one just blew up. 11 of them. Anyway, how does this fare as an F-35? Well, First off, GTA doesn't have anything even resembling a realistic flight model. Sure, it feels okay when flying it, but seeing
Like, it looks
from
fine
any other
here.
angle, it's
And then you
comically
see
slow.
it turn like this.
The map
and it's
isn't
like,
big
oh,
enough
this
to
looks
really
like
allow
ass.
for faster speeds, but it feels like it maxes out at 130 knots. Add on to that, the hover mode is pretty much magic. But credit where it's due, the weapon bay looks good, and you can close them to go stealth mode.
I love how the Su-75 Russia saw the cursed intake off the X-32 and basically copied it right.
Which removes you from the in-game mini-map, which is actually a huge advantage. The engine swivel and lift fan look pretty good as well. The cockpit is honestly not the worst, showing the MFC TD, and even has some programs up on it, even though you can't use them except for the horizon and heading indicator. The cockpit does have 2 joysticks rather than a HOTAS, but that's true of all jets in GTA. And I'll give them credit, the EOTS is even on the nose, even if it's just the shape with no glass. The missiles are hilariously short range, and it has 2 internal guns on either side, but they seem to be single barrel autocannons rather than a rotary cannon. Overall, you can tell what they were going for with that trademark legally distinct Rockstar design seen on almost everything in GTA. But most of the cool functionality of the F-35 isn't there, other than the stealth and VTOL.
I've also come to learn that, because I don't play GTA 5 online that much anymore. I used to a ton back in the day, but, you know, you kind of move on. Apparently that thing now is the best, like, air dominance jet. I used to think it was still, when I made this, and I think when I made the F-16 video too, I thought that the old Laser and the Hydra, the Harrier looking thing, I thought those were still kind of the top dog, but apparently that thing crushes them in turn rate. And you can hover, which, you know, the other jets can't really do, so that helps line up for missiles and stuff like that. But yeah, that thing's a bully machine, apparently.
I give it a 4 out of 10.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I did this shtick where I graded everything at the end of it, and I did it for 2 videos because then I couldn't think up of anything funny after that. So we don't grade them anymore.
Oh my god, Mother Goose 1 has been shot down.
Where'd the missile come from?
Meech 2 fired that.
It was OG. A friendly missile hit him.
Ace Combat.
Oh yeah, we forgot to talk about games that have included the F-35 now. So the big one, obviously, is DCS has announced that Eagle Dynamics is working on an early block F-35A module. That was that last year that was announced? I think it was. That was a long time ago at this point. So that's obviously, you know, one day that's going to be there. Oh wait, no wait, we're still on the F-35. I'm crazy. Whatever, we'll keep going. So DCS is obviously getting one. Nuclear Option has also added the what is it? The FS-20. I think Vortex is what it's called. That's kind of a cross between the X-32 and the X-35. I've played it a little bit, and it is pretty overpowered. It is very stealthy with internal. It's very small, and yeah, the VTOL capability works very well. I think the Medusa has some VTOL capability or short takeoff capability with thrust vectoring, but it's nothing like the Vortex. The Vortex is amazing. I think that's all the F-35s that have been added to games since this came out. If you can think of any others in the chat, I'd love to hear them, but those are the only 2 big ones that come to mind.
Fighters, the anime. I started this series way back with Ace Combat 4 Shattered Skies on the PS2, which, by the way, hands down has the best OST of any video game ever.
I stand by this. This is still 100% true. Fucking Willem Dafoe.
But today we're going to look at the most recent entry in the series, Skies Unknown. Now, Ace Combat has been and always will be very arcade-like. It's not a sim. It's fully a video game. And that's okay.
You can tell I was
fun.
using Cheat Engine
Hang
here
with the cat,
because
lift.
my missiles respawn immediately.
Also worth noting.
I assume that's in knots. I don't think it's in meters per second, but either way, I feel like it's probably still it's comparable. And apparently, I also left my FPS counter in the footage here. That's great. 331 FPS though. That's a flex.
Noting your missiles reload on your wings in this game while you're in the sky, which is pretty cool. We should figure out how to do that in real life. Anyway, in this game, there's just one F-35, which is specifically an F-35C, which is an odd choice, I find. I feel like an F-35A would have made more sense in the context it's used. As far as how the plane is modeled, it's incredible. The model is spot on. The cockpit looks very accurate, as are all the programs that are shown on the MFCTD. You can play through the game with pretty much any jet and get the same experience other than the weapons the jet can carry. I'm sure there's small differences in performance of each airframe, but honestly, I can't.
I got some flack for that comment. But for the most part, I think it's true. The A10 is noticeably slower, and like if you go inverted with it, you start dropping pretty quickly. Pretty much every other plane I've ever flown in Ace Combat feels exactly the same. The only reason I have trouble going back to older Ace Combats is the draw distance. I totally agree with you, and even that's what's turned me off to playing Morrowind the most, because I Oblivion was my first Elder Scrolls game, and then obviously I played the shit out of Skyrim like everyone else my age. And I tried to go back to Morrowind to play it because I heard how great it was, but man, not being able to see more than 20 feet ahead of me absolutely killed it for me, and I was just I couldn't do it. So I've never played through more than like 10 minutes of Morrowind because of that.
Hell, the plane as it's configured in the game isn't very stealthy. In fact, it's in its non-stealth configuration. It has the gun pod underneath, and it has all its weapons on wing-mounted pylons. In fact, from what I can tell, there's no use of the internal weapons bay.
That's not true. For whatever reason, I just never used the AIM 120s, but apparently the AIM 120s are used in the internal bay.
The plane looks beautiful, but there's nothing really here to make it an F-35 in terms of mechanics. I give it a 48% rating.
This is by far the best trailer Battlefield's ever put out. And it's upsetting because now every time I use Battlefield, I end up using like Bad Company 2 cutscenes or something. Because it just never tops this. Ah, so good.
Okay, I know this game has had some issues since it came out. I'll be honest, the last Battlefield I played was 3, 4? I'm not sure. It's been a minute either way. Now, in 2042, they've named their jet the
I've not played
F-35B,
6 yet.
a hypothetical future variant. From what I can tell...
Hold on. Side thing right here. What are these Glock sights, man? You could land a plane through those fucking things. Jesus.
Just an F-35B, but it has some kind of newer software. I say that because nothing on the MFCTD is real. Again, credit where it's due. The model of the plane looks really good. Gun pod on the bottom looks accurate. Cockpit looks good.
Glock
Doesn't
sights
seem
in
to
gaming.
use the internal weapon bays at all. And it'll...
Glocks in gaming would not be the worst. I am a certified Glock fanboy. I am a little disappointed in the direction they've gone in the last like month or so, but I do have a couple more guns that I want to do. I'll tell you, if you're on the Discord, you've probably seen the next gun in gaming video that I'm gonna do.
Only seems to carry short-range missiles in the gun, leaving out any bombs or anything longer range. But the
Glocks in gaming, but it's just half of it is just H3VR.
biggest problem here is the map.
Right,
The
yes.
biggest map in
This is the worst
2042
part
is
of
way too
Battlefield
small to
games
make use of
flying.
a jet like this. You almost constantly have to be in a turn, or you very quickly run out
No
of
room to
bounds.
breathe.
Mind you, I don't actively play this game, so maybe I'm missing something. And if I am, please leave it in the comments. I bought this game just to make this video, and thankfully the Steam summer sale was going on, so it was only $5. Anyway, as with GTA, there's not much here that makes it an F-35 other than it can VTOL. I give it a pass.
This is footage. This intro's footage of an army unit called the Rough Riders I was in for maybe like a month. They're a good bunch of guys, but it's just the vibe wasn't for me.
Okay, now we're getting into the better ones. I know I said before I didn't order these, but that was a bit of a lie. The last 3 games...
Also, the F-35 that I review in this one for Arma is not the one that I would do today. I would do the USAF one. The USAF mods are... for the F-35 and the AC-130, really good. And I guess the C-130 in general. Everything else, I like Firewall better, but I would probably do the USAF F-35A instead.
Yeah, they weren't it. These next few actually start to look at what the plane can do and incorporate those capabilities into the game. So, Arma 3. I've done my fair share of Arma 3 Milsim, most of it as a pilot. Worth saying that the F-35 here is a mod, but shit, like most of Arma 3 is a mod. And you know what? It's pretty good. The model is much lower fidelity than the last two, but Arma 3 is what, like 40 years old or something. The engine has a lot of limitations. I'll say it fits the level of fidelity of the base game. So
What was, hold on, what was that fucking edit?
Than the last two, but Arma 3 is
why did I not
years
cut
old or
right
something.
here?
The engine has a lot of limitations.
Why am I doing
I'll say it
this?
fits the level of fidelity of the base game.
What was
so
I
at least
thinking
it
there?
looks consistent. Now, as far as armament goes,
missed
it's very
188?
realistic. You can load it out as stealth with 2 AIM-120s,
Good times.
GPUs, or 6 AIM-120s, or some other bombs and cruise missiles. Or you can load the wings
Through-
with
through
shitloads
the,
of AIM-120 bombs. Finally, on top of that,
Through
the
the
EOTS
stream, we're
system
going to go
is
through
finally in
my
play.
Arma unit,
I think
recent
most
Arma unit
planes in
history.
Arma 3 have a pretty much 360 view targeting pod. So while this doesn't make it super special, it does make sense. You have to zoom into like a use mode to actually control it, but your situational awareness is severely
Biggest,
diminished. when you
worst
do
part
so.
of flying an Arma
Going
is
up or
using
down?
the targeting
No
pod.
idea.
But at least there
you
is
can
a
look at it
targeting
in the
pod.
cockpit, which is rare for Arma. You can't actually interact with the MFCTD as far as I can tell. It's nice that it's actually somewhat useful. The flight model in Arma is probably the best game that we've talked about so far, but it still isn't what I'd call
Trident is fun, but you still miss
realistic. Arma being a milsim sandbox, they've done a pretty good job of putting the F-35 in, performing the role that it's meant to perform. I'll give it a B-.
Yeah, that's fair. B- is good. I love this kazoo cover. I've used this in older videos that are privated now.
Now, onto the sims, the actual flight simulators. Closest thing you can get to flying without a license or a hijack. DCS, or Digital Combat Simulator, is the first we're going to be going over.
Man, I stumbled
DCS
through
is a
saying
breeding
Digital
ground
Combat
for probably
Simulator
just some of
there.
the worst people you can meet on the internet. It has study level aircraft you can fly. Study level, by the way, is a way of saying you have no life outside of flying fake cars.
I might have been a little harsh here to the DCS players. That being said, still some of the worst people I have met online have been DCS players.
Cartoon planes, and you think that you're better
I didn't have to come at them that hard, though.
than other people. There's a lot of elitism in DCS since it's so complicated. And sorry, that's not the point of this video. So the F-35 in DCS, well, there isn't one. There's an unofficial mod. DCS lets third-party developers make modules for aircraft and then sell them, usually for around $60 to $80 per aircraft. The F-35 uses the F-15 module, and I was about to pay around $60 for the F-15 to use a free mod.
So that's wrong. This is obviously, I've learned this since, right? This is the Razbam F-15E, which goddamn do I wish I bought. And also goddamn do I wish I bought the Harrier one, which is also down right now. Also, if anybody knows anybody who has the Harrier, the Razbam Harrier on their DCS, please DM me on Discord because I need to find someone with it. Anyway, it uses the F-15C, the Flaming Cliffs one, the lower fidelity one. It does not use this one. I also go on to say here in a second that it uses an F-15 flight model, which it doesn't. It does use a modified flight model. I think some of the HUD elements are, or actually the whole cockpit is still F-15. It's only an external thing. So yeah, that's still true. And then there's like one version for air to air and one version for air to ground, and the air to ground uses something Russian. It doesn't use a frogfoot. It uses something else, but it uses a Russian cockpit for that. I forget which it is.
Kind of looked it up. It uses the flight model of the F-15, which is super realistic.
As I said, that's
for an
wrong.
F-15.
And it's also
Which
wrong.
is
Flaming
much
Cliffs
different
is
to an
not super
F-35.
realistic.
So, nail in the coffin, it also uses the F-15 cockpit when configured for air to air. It uses some...
I don't recognize this cockpit off the top of my head. Russian aircraft are not my speciality. So this is the F-35 mod flying here. I just don't know what plane this is off the top of my head, but that's what the cockpit looks like there.
Russian plane for air to ground. So again, not very F-35. And on top of all that, the stealth is not simul. So it's pretty much a really nice F-35 model for an F-15. 0 gold stars.
I agree. 0 gold stars. That's still a fair grade. Oh, the Wii. Oh. Fucking Microsoft, bro. Or wait, no, this is still right. Microsoft. There's another one. There's another video where I misspell Microsoft, I think. And I spell it as Mircrosoft. Maybe it was this one and I fixed it. I don't remember. Anyway, the Wii music here with the MS Flight Sim trailer is peak. The same one as the J11. I don't know. It's some Russian plane that I'm sure I will figure out when I start doing Russian planes. Put Microsoft
Next we
instead.
have Microsoft Flight Simulator.
I don't. What is the reference to Microsoft? I don't understand that. By the way, cruising around in G aircraft and MS Flight Sim is super fun. I love doing it.
Which is usually considered a good sim for general aviation. It can be study level, and it's even used in full cockpit high-level simulators. Now, similar to DCS, third-party devs can produce and release aircraft on an official store.
Is this a meme of a
making access
bootleg
in-game.
Microsoft? Okay.
And there's an F-35 pack with all 3 main variants. It's also worth noting that the pack is much cheaper than anything in DCS. Now, while there are no weapons available in the version you can get from the official Microsoft store, this is by far the best F-35 we have seen so far. Startup sequence is accurate. You can actually use the MFCTD first other than the limited functionality in Arma 3. You can bring up the TSD, even though it has no real information to display other than navigational data. You can also bring up the EOTS, however, it's basically...
The EOTS is the worst part of this. It could be so cool, and it really sucks.
Just a few set angles of the surrounding terrain. It's nothing special. The VTOL capabilities on the B model seem very accurate based on what I've seen from an F-35B in person. The C model's lower speed handling is also simulated very well. The actual 3D model is without a doubt the best we've seen so far, passing the one in Ace Combat. If this thing had usable weapons and a better EOTS, this would be it. This would be the best F-35 in gaming.
True.
I give it a
4 out of 5.
The X-Play. I forgot I put that in there. What was his fucking name? Adam Sessler? Is that dude's name? Yeah, that was it. Also, giving Battlefront 2, OG Battlefront 2 a 4 out of 5 is criminal. That is a 6 out of 5.
Being bada boom, Mr. Worldwide, when I step up in the room, dale. And today I want to ask you, damn girl, is you from the ghetto? Because I'm trying to get a piece of that culo. Ha, dale. Esa jevita tiene tremendo culo.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh no, I remember a very dumb comment you made. I don't remember. So that, for those of you who don't know, there's a Call of Duty parody where a dude jumps out and it's that same and puts a shotgun to like Captain Price's face or something, and then freeze frames. Pitbull says that, and then he shoots him. And I tried to I wanted to do a parody of that. At the time, I had one friend who owned VTOL VR, and he played it for like 2 minutes and then never played it again. And I asked him to help me with that because I needed to be on the ground with the spectator cam to film that. And I was like, I needed him to shoot a Maverick. At that. And I had to like verbally talk him through starting up an FA-26, getting the targeting pod on target of these fucking tanks, and then flying over and firing a Maverick missile to hit that. And it took like 3 fucking hours for that, for that 20 second on the phone. I mean, we were on Discord, but yeah, it was totally worth it because I love that meme. That's really fucking funny. I gave you poop for thinking that's awful. Oh yeah. Thinking that's Andrew Tate. Yeah, that's not Andrew Tate. That's Pitbull.
VTOL VR is my favorite flight sim.
True.
It's also worth noting it's made by a single person.
True.
I call it a sim, but it's probably equal parts game and simulator.
Yeah.
While the other games I mentioned here can be played in VR, VTOL was built for it from the ground up. All the controls in the cockpits can be reached out and touched with your VR hands. It currently has 6 flyable aircraft. Each of them are kind of a near future amalgam.
I think this was filmed before liveries were in. I think that's how long ago this was. Yeah, it was. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Of a couple of different aircraft. None of them are actual airplanes that exist currently. One of them is the F-45A Ghost, which is pretty much an F-35. To go through all the differences quickly, it has forward canards rather than rear elevators. It has the internal cannon of the F-35A, the wings, landing gear, and cattle bar equipment of the C, and the lift fan, swiveling engine of the B. It also has larger internal storage with side bays like on the F-22. Radar and radar cross-section are both modeled with a lot of detail in this game, and the F-45 can take advantage of that as it's the only stealth plane. If you fly with no pylons on your wings, all of a sudden you become much more stealthy. The best part of this aircraft is that the TSD works, even with data linked information from other sources. The EOTS also has full...
If I'd been meaning to post this on Reddit for like 2 years now, and I just haven't. If I had one major request for an improvement to the F-45 that the real F-35 has, is that would be the ability to display a terrain map overlaid onto the TSD. So take the terrain map of the nav portion and just plop it right there. That's something that the real F-35 can do. And you could even do it in MS Flight Sim. You can hit a toggle, and it normally does look like this, but then it'll populate it with a terrain map on top. I think that would be so fucking useful. And I kind of can't believe that it isn't. It might be there for like balancing reasons because now the nav like does its own thing. But even just to like for situational awareness, being able to tell like, oh, these two things are like here on like the terrain, I feel like it'd be super useful, but not in yet or ever will be. DCS still has no radar like this, right? It has radar. It doesn't have radar cross sections like this. Your radar return is just a perfect sphere. And if your plane should have a bigger radar return, the sphere is just bigger. So you could do stealthier aircraft by just making that ball smaller, but that radar return won't dynamically change based on the angle at which your aircraft is facing the radar source.
Functionality too, even being able to display on the HMD to look through the plane, which is the first from what we've seen.
Same cross section from every angle. Exactly.
Missiles that can be displayed on real time on the HMD too, and you can even use the Barracuda to jam enemy missiles or aircraft. Now, while the 3D model is stylized to make sure it can run well on almost any modern PC, it fits within the world and is well thought out, kind of like an Armor 3. I say the F-35 is my favorite aircraft, but the reason for that is almost entirely due to flying the F-45. And this is, without a doubt, the best representation of the F-35 in gaming.
Take any F-35 hater, plop them in an F-45 in VTOL, and they will like it. I promise you.
So that's all I got. I might make more of these. I have some ideas. F-22, A-10, F-16, AC-130 in gaming. I don't know. We'll see. If you like what you saw here today, consider subscribing. If I got anything wrong, tell me what a fucking idiot I am in the comments. And most importantly, if I piqued your interest in the F-35, check out Real Engineering's video on it, Red Wrench Films video on the different versions. Mega Projects did some on it too, and Laserpig's video, Shut Up About the F-35. All are a good time. They'll be linked down in the description or the pinned comment or something. I don't know. They'll be down there somewhere. Just look for it.
I don't think that are they there.
And if you're still here, thank you for watching. You can leave now. Goodbye.
No, they're not there. I lied.
Get out of here. Go. I'm leaving.
All right. First one done. So like I said, DCS and Nuclear Option have both introduced well, DCS is going to introduce, and Nuclear Option has introduced planes that I would, if I was making this video today, I would include them. I can't think of any other off the top of my head right now, but there we go. One done. We've been at this for an hour and 18 minutes. That's fantastic.
Back in the late 2000s.
So by this point, I'd commissioned somebody to make all my background music. And that was probably one of the best decisions I ever made because it's fucking fire. That guy's so good. I need to, not for the Harrier video, but for the video after, I need to hit him up and make some new songs because what I have, some of it would work, some of it won't. So I need some new music.
There was this fever dream of a cable TV station called Spike TV, which I'm pretty sure it died off a few years
This intro, by the way, I think is genius.
ago. And for those of you too young to know what cable is, it was like YouTube, but you couldn't pick what to watch. It sucked. You had to wait for shit to come on. It was basically Twitch, but worse. Anyway, on Spike TV, there aired a show called Deadliest Warrior, which was fucking sick. It'd be like, imagine a samurai versus Spartan.
The show was sick. It was stupid.
Two experts on
fucking
each class
sick.
of warrior and have them beef with each other, test their weapons in pointless but flashy tests. And then they'd end the show with two stuntmen in cosplay out in the park somewhere fighting to illustrate who won. They even put out a video game for the 360 PS3, and it actually went pretty hard. At some point in the show's lifetime, they ran out of cool warriors from antiquity, so they started adding dudes with guns. One was like the IRA versus the fucking Taliban. They were wildin'. My favorite of these gun v gun episodes was the Russian Spetsnaz versus American Green Berets. The Russian dudes had this holster that they really wanted to show off for the Makarov, where the pistol could be stored with an empty chamber and the safety on. You could draw the pistol by pushing straight down through the holster, which would
Your dad
slide
introduced you
and
to
flip
it.
the
This is a
safety
good
off,
fucking
making the
show.
pistol ready to fire. And man, I thought that was the coolest shit. I heard they made them for Glocks too, so when I got a Glock, I actually looked for one, but I couldn't find them at the time. Then, like over 10 years later, I was watching a Forgotten Weapons episode on said holster. Now, Ian is a very...
Me and my wife were playing Stardew Valley together. This is a long time ago. It was like 5 or 6 years ago. We were playing Stardew Valley together, and there's the like the museum curator. Hold up. Gunther from Stardew Valley. Am I the only one seeing this? Anyway.
Well-informed historian, accomplished author, and subject matter expert, and most people would cite him as a credible source. And he proceeds to explain why this thing is fucking stupid. It's dangerous, it has an incredibly limited use case scenario, it doesn't work that well, it's not particularly secure. Like, just use a normal holster and draw your pistol the regular way, you fucking goober. So, just to recap the story here. In the 2000s, I heard about this piece of military equipment that was presented to me as really high speed and I thought was super cool. Then, years later, I come to find out it was actually terrible.
Man, I wish I didn't use that so early because I fucking love It's Always Sunny. And I've had so many ideas. I was like, oh, I could make it an Always Sunny intro. And I was like, oh, fuck, I already did that.
Now, calm down, everyone. Let me start off by saying, I like the A10. Hell, I wouldn't be making a video about it if I didn't. But I also like the Fast and the Furious movies.
Hobbs and Shaw is so fucking good, dude.
I like cheap Chinese buffets. I like Call of Duty. You can both like something and admit that it isn't.
This is actually me. This is my old gamer tag down here. You can't see it, chat's in the way, but this is like one of the sickest plays I ever made in COD 2019.
Great. Now, when I say the A10 isn't great, I mean
I have that clip
the
saved.
A10. Like, you know how people will say AK-47, but they could mean an AK-47, an AKM, an AKS, an AK-74,
yeah, that's
an
my old gamer
AK-105,
tag.
or an AK-12. Like, yeah, technically only one of those is an AK-47, but it's
Before
kind
I
of
started
a
going
term
by
used by the general
Mimiaga.
public.
A bunch
I'm
of
not
my friends.
When
and
I
we all
say
had
the
solved it
A10
as
isn't great, I mean the
start
1970s
of
built
our,
for the folded gap,
gamer
basic
tags. It was
bitch,
like
first A10.
10 of
isn't
us, something like
good.
that.
But why? Why would I say such a thing? Well, guess what? Just like the F-35 video.
There's nothing scarier than getting matched up in a COD lobby and seeing the enemy team like is full of matching gamer tag names. But then we also like weren't that good.
This is actually a history lesson. Get pranked, bitch. So, the A-10 was originally envisioned as a weapon to rip open 70s-era Soviet tanks in a Cold War gone hot scenario, where the Russians would Zerg rush across Germany. This thing would use its cannon to blast its nut all over tanks in the front lines, while heavy bombers would clap the cheeks in the back. Really spit roast the Soviet advance. So, the Air Force thought, cool, we just saw 30mm cannons mounted to aircraft mess up T-54s in the Middle East, let's give it a 30mm cannon. So they put
The General Electric Gout AA Adventure 30mm hydraulically driven 7-barrel rotary autocannon.
Anytime in any of my videos through perpetuity where I have to reference the GAU 8, I'm using that clip, and I've done it in other videos. In this video, it shows up a bunch. I know a guy off of VR Chat who does a perfect Clone Wars, like animated Clone Wars clone trooper voice. And so I had him record that for me, and it's just so good. With the Sephiroth theme in the background. I'm so incredibly proud of that clip.
And I swear to God, if I see one comment down there saying, actually, they built the plane around the gun, just shut up. I built your mom around my dick. Anyway, after they built the plane, they decided to test.
That might be the best line I've ever written. Honestly, that's so fucking funny, dude. Shut up. I built your mom around my dick. Holy fuck. Like I said at the beginning, I haven't watched these in a while, but it's perfectly tuned to my sense of humor. Shut up. I built your mom around my dick. That's fucking funny.
As you do. In a relatively famous test in the late 1970s, an A-10 pilot was given pretty much the ideal situation to bird it up on 10 tanks, simulating.
Oh yeah, also, anytime I have the word in the script written as Bert, I just play a clip of the plane birding.
Soviet tank column. It was daytime, clear weather, the tanks were fully combat loaded and were not moving, weren't deploying smoke, and most importantly, didn't have any anti-air vehicles supporting them and shooting back. The A-10 did one pass per tank. It could not have been a more advantageous situation for the plane. And it threw hard. The gun landed 50% of its...
So that's subjective, right? I think that it threw hard. Some people look at these exact test results and think that it did really well. But I disagree. The biggest thing here of how that pilot threw is he only shot like is it on this page? He only shot like 120 rounds, right? He shot like 10 rounds at each tank. Like, I feel like that's not a good test. I feel like that's not a big enough sample size to really get a good test on that. And I feel like that skews the results to being kind of lackluster. Because there's reports of A-10 pilots emptying like 1,000 rounds into a single tank. Like, yeah, 1,000 rounds into a tank is going to fuck it up. But for whatever reason, this guy decided to only shoot like 100 rounds total across like 10 tanks. Which is weird.
Dots on target, and of that 50%, about a third managed to penetrate the tank.
There you go. The pilot fired 174 rounds in 10 bursts. 17.4 rounds at half a second each. So that's it. That's what he did. Why? I don't know.
At all. And of the 8 tanks the A-10 managed to even hit, only 3 were destroyed and another 3 were disabled, but fixed and fully operational within 24 hours. Now, the tanks being used were a bit older for the time, Patton M47 tanks. Had the tanks been more modern examples for the time, like the Soviet T-72s, which had thicker armor on both the front and sides, it's very unlikely that the gun would have had the ability to hard kill the armored units. And keep in mind, the pilot was uncontested. In a real-world situation, he might have only had 1 pass, not 10. To be fair, the pilot only fired about 170 rounds for the entire test, and the ammo that was used was subpar when compared to the more advanced rounds used in the Gulf War. So, tank busting gun that can't bust the tanks of
At least I acknowledge it, right? Like, at least I say, like, hey, look, the rounds were kind of shitty, and he didn't use a lot of them. But I still think it demonstrates that it's not that good. Even if you just look at the statistics of it, even if the sample size isn't great, it's not good. He even missed a couple of them. He missed some of the tanks. He didn't even hit them.
stay. That's not great. But the Air Force kinda already bought the thing, so it was too late to back out now. A decade or so goes by, and Saddam Hussein, before his whole arc, decided to invade Kuwait, and the US didn't like that.
And so, we shall go to war.
Now, in the Gulf War, the A-10 was used. This was like the early 90s, so this is the A-10A, not the A-10C. Iraq had a metric shitload of tanks, and hell, a lot of them were even older tanks. The A-10 should be right at home. In addition to
the General Electric Galt A8 Avenger, 30mm hydraulically driven 7-barrel rotary autocannon.
The A-10 went into battle with this cool little thing called the AGM-65 Maverick. It's a guided missile that can...
Now, some of the stuff I say on the Maverick in this video isn't technically accurate in terms of like some of the variants and stuff like that. However, I believe that it still applies, and like I get some of the details wrong. Essentially, is what I'm trying to say. But overall, my criticisms of its usage still apply, and apply to stuff like the Paveway, right? The GBU-12.
Look up any tank, even to this day, pretty much no matter where it hits, and it can be accurate to within a meter. Keep in mind the A-10's cannon is accurate to within 6 meters at an 80% accuracy rate. Modern versions of this missile are fire and forget, which is pretty fucking cool. Now, back in the 90s, the A-10 couldn't self-guide laser missiles. It was required to have some dude on the ground with a laser pointer to aim at the target, and then the A-10 shoots and the thing dies. Now, ground lasing had a lot of issues. For example, the dude with the laser needed line of sight on the target. And if the target is, a tank that's, shooting at you, it might be hard to maintain that laser. So laser-guided weapons in the Gulf War fired by the A-10 weren't that good. And the gun, as previously stated, wasn't that good. It could also carry GBU-12 Paveways, a laser-guided bomb, but all the same issues apply.
I forgot I said that, but there you go, I said that.
The A-10 could also carry AGM-65B and D models, which are TV guided and IR guided respectively. Now, the B variants require an optical sensor on the missile to be aimed by the pilot. However, these only really worked against stationary targets. A moving tank would easily defeat it. The IR missile could also be impacted by weather, fires on the battlefield, or smoke deployed by tanks. Now, the F-117 and the F-111 could both self-guide Mavericks and Paveways on target, and they both did work in the 90s. Way more than the A-10, 1,500 tank kills from the F-111 alone.
True.
So with all that said, the vast majority of tank kills the A-10 made, around 80%, were with Mavericks. Now, remember Pierre Sprey? By this time, he was taking
I love that his
designing
eyes
the
are
A-10,
closed there.
which, again, he didn't. A man named Alexander Kartveli was the designer of the A-10, and don't let his name be lost to him.
I believe Alexander is Romanian? I think he's Romanian.
History. Now, the news in America was predictably caught up in the war, and Sprey started making sure every time someone talked about the A-10, they talked about the gun. Sprey and the other members of the fighter plane mafia thought that an over-reliance on technology was going to doom the military and, by extension, America. They claimed the A-10 was a cannon fighter, a plane built around the...
Don't all these old fuckers just look like Skeletor? Like, look at this dude. He looks like a burnt thumb, right? I think I used this picture to make like a Demon Pierre Sprey. Might be in the F-16 video or something, but oh man, they're hard to look at.
Gun, and that giant blender of doom was its best tool. Meanwhile, the F-117 and the F-111 were some fancy pieces of high-tech junk that had no place in war. The US needed rugged, battle-proven World War II weapons. This romanticized version of the A-10 and its guns still prevail to this day.
We made it up. We made this one up. It's a made-up tank. It's a total fabrication. It never happened. This one was invented.
I need to use this guy more.
Not this time. It never happened. It's false. It never happened. It's a fake. It's fiction. It's an urban legend that never happened.
This is where all the memes come from. You can actually hear me roll my eyes when I see a Reddit comment talking about how the gun on the A10 is the only thing it needs to do.
It's a
its
conversation I've actually had on the VTOL VR
Truth
subreddit.
is, the A10 was the silver or maybe even bronze medal vehicle of the Gulf War. On top of its inefficiency against the more modern tanks, its role as a close air support weapon, assisting ground forces under fire, had a lot of issues. The situational awareness of the A10 at the time was non-existent. Pilots would be forced to fly very low and use binoculars or the old Mark I eyeball so they could try and see the situation on the ground. Now, when you're about to dump 30mm autocannon rounds at something, you should be sure of what you're shooting at. The A-10 is responsible for more blue-on-blue incidents than any other aircraft in U.S. history, while
The General Electric Gout and Avenger. 30mm hydraulically driven 7-barrel rotary autocannon.
Don't you just think a Helldiver would sound like that? A Helldiver would absolutely have the exact same voice as a clone trooper.
might not be good against tanks. Against lighter support vehicles, entrenched infantry, or buildings, send it. Problem is, if you are close to the enemy, such as say when you're calling for close air support, the inaccuracy of that cannon might hit you instead, either due to the margin of error on the gun itself or because the pilot is squinting from 3,000 feet up and might mistake you for the baddies. Remember, on paper, only 80% of the rounds will
Look at
land
how
within
close.
6 meters.
Look at how fucking close. That's an A-10. That's ironically, these are British troops. But man, look at how fucking close these rounds are impacting to these dudes in this trench. They must be shit. 20 feet away? The only thing more dangerous to British forces than the SA-80. Man, this clip is wild. This is probably, no one died in this one. I know for a fact, but it's probably like the closest call that's on footage.
Within 6 meters of the target,
Jesus,
and
dude.
another 20%
Fuck
land
that.
outside that radius. Because of this inaccuracy and the lack of ability to positively identify targets, the A-10 had a habit of lighting up the wrong people. This happened at a disturbing rate, as many as 9 times between 1991 and 2006, resulting in the deaths of British and U.S. service members as well as the death of civilians.
Be advised that in the 3122 and 3222 group box, you have friendly armor in the area, yellow small armored tanks. Just be advised. Shit. Got the smoke. Hey, Pop Off 3-4, aboard your mission. You've got, looks like we may have a blue-on-blue situation. Blessed. Pop 3-4. Fuck. Pop Off 4, this is Manila 3-4.
So, the
It's a tough one to listen to.
A-10 got an upgrade to the A-10C. The A-10C got shiny new toys like a fucking targeting pod, perhaps the most important piece of military aviation hardware since radar or the fucking jet engine.
I stand by that. The targeting pod with FLIR and like a laser designator is so important to situational awareness for a pilot. And you start to understand that, especially when it comes to, you know, just in the context that I know playing video games with them. Like even like playing a game like GTA where you don't have that and you can't see anything on the ground close up, and then playing something like DCS, nuclear option to an extent, VTOL or ARMA, and you have that kind of capability, it's such an incredible game changer for you to understand what's happening down there and what you can do to change the tide of that conflict. And I really do think that next to jet engines and radar, the TGP or the EOTS or the TADS or whatever you want to call it, but targeting pods, optical sensors like that on aircraft is such a huge, huge deal. I think even Growling Sidewinder did an accidental friendly fire in DCS. We're going to get to my friendly fire in Arma here coming up. I think it's in the next one. Or no, it might be in the F-14 one.
Help spot ground forces and self-laced targets. It also got an upgraded ECM or electronic countermeasures pod to help jam enemy radar, GPS navigation with JDAMs to go with it, helmet-mounted targeting, night vision, and upgraded Maverick missiles. Worth noting, the A-10 can carry something like 16 weapons on its pylons, making it an excellent bomb truck. The A-10C doesn't suck. It still requires air superiority conditions and enemy anti-air radar missiles to be neutralized, unlike the F-15, F-16, or F-35, which can perform CAS missions in a more hostile environment. But it certainly has its place. All I know is if I wanted close air support, I'd probably be okay with it showing up. It's better than nothing. An Apache would be better, though.
An Apache would be a lot better.
All that aside, we can still talk about all the little neat things that make it a cool plane, even if not the best plane. When the cannon fires, there's actually enough force to cancel out half the thrust of the engines, not that it fires long enough to do so. The gas from the muzzle of the cannon can also cause the engines to fail, so they're constantly reignited when the cannon is burning. And yes, the front landing gear is offset to the right to make room for the gun, which is also slightly offset to the left, so the firing barrel is perfectly centerline.
There's a pilot in there, I just realized. This is a hot weapon pointed right at that camera.
Landing gear is also a bit on the taller side, and the engines are mounted high, so it can make use of forward.
I think this footage of it landing on a dirt runway like this was actually kind of hard to find. And I'm glad I did, because it's an excellent example of what I'm talking about.
Operating bases where there might be dirt runways. Worth noting, the wing-mounted landing gear wheels don't fully retract, meaning for whatever reason, if they're stuck in the retracted position, the plane can still use them to land. It has a redundant two-sided hydraulic system, so if one system fails, the other system can still work half the control surfaces of the plane. It has the famous titanium bathtub that surrounds the pilot and can withstand up to 23.
Why don't they make the whole plane out of titanium? And then that's how you get the MiG-25.
Millimeter autocannon fire. It has 11 hard points for AIM-9 Sidewinders, Hydra rockets, GBU-12s, 38s, 39s, and more.
I'm pretty sure this is a DCS screenshot that I'm using here. It looks really good. I'm pretty sure this is DCS.
Recently GBU-53s, and as stated before, it can carry the AGM-65s. The upgraded C variant can carry the Lightning targeting pod and the upgraded AN/ALQ-184 electronic countermeasures pod. Okay, history lesson over. Now, let's get into why you all decided to show up. The A-10 in gaming. Also, when I say A-10 now, I don't mean the A-10, I mean any A-10. So yeah, it's in a lot of games. I mean, like I said, it's a very popular aircraft when you don't know how ass it is. I narrowed this down as much as I could, but we still have a lot to cover. So, let the thing begin.
This cover goes so fucking hard, dude. I love pop punk covers of other songs. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. I have a pop punk cover of Simple and Clean that I really want to work into a video. I think it might make it into not the Harrier, but the one after. The one that goes first. JoJo fans? Any JoJo fans?
Last time I made one of these videos, VTOL VR came out on top. And if I'm being completely honest,
look at that
here,
formation.
This entry on the list is my personal favorite. But
looks
it's
so
not
good.
really an A10.
Look,
so I guess
I made sure when we were making the loadouts for these that we had the two sidewinders on one side, just like the A10.
It makes sense to put it on the bottom of the list. Don't get me wrong, it's still a very good A10 analog. The AV42C Kestrel looks more like a tiny Osprey than an A10. It was the first airframe in VTOL VR and also where the game gets its name from. At a glance, you wouldn't think A10, but hear me out. It has time.
The guy I had helping me there, he almost fucking ate it and fell over.
Where the game gets its name from. At a glance, you wouldn't think A10, but
he almost
it has
fucking
high-mounted
ruined
engines,
that take,
dual vertical stabilizers, carries everything the A10 can, including
The General Electric Gout AA Adventure, 30mm hydraulically driven 7-barrel rotary autocannon.
or it can be equipped with a smaller gimbaling 30mm autocannon. It can also carry the AGM-114 Hellfires or cruise missiles. Like the A10, it notably lacks a radar, but it has an integrated targeting pod. It can obviously also VTOL, and because of that, it uses a collective style throttle rather than a traditional horizontal one. It has all the
Oakley, I see your messages popping up but then disappearing. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I have no idea.
necessary equipment for Katabar operations and has a troop bay in the back for transporting infantry. Another big difference is it actually has afterburners, and it also has an RCS or reaction control system. These are used mainly in hover mode to help with stability and maneuvering. Much like the A10, it is best suited for ground attack in air superiority conditions, troop insertions, extractions, or medical evacuations. It is everything the A10 is, but so much more and so much better. I give it a...
That's right. I grade each of these just by the cannon sound effect.
Your negative energy is seriously bringing me down.
Oh, I hope it is, bud. You come into my house, take my money, and nail my wife? Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm gonna stick up my hand and say that was uncool, bud. My bad.
My bad.
I have a complicated opinion of GTA Online. It's a very good sandbox.
Look at all my
that
toys
allows
back
you to
there.
play the game however you want, fill whatever role you feel like. But everything costs money. Hell, you even have rent and bills in this game. And much like another game we're going to talk about in this video, it can either be a pretty soul-breaking grind for your cash, or you can admit defeat and hit up the online store. I was very lucky though, because in 2015, while playing in some random public lobby, a very nice hacker gave me some money. And with that money...
Chat, I'm going to come clean here, all right? The hacker that gave me money in GTA 5. It was me. I gave myself the money. And it was shocking.
I've been able to just afford whatever they put in the game. I'm basically a GTA trust fund baby. How much money, you ask? Well...
I think I still have like 280 million or something like that.
GTA released an update that included the B11 Strike Force, which is the patented GTA, pretty much an A10. And it's very closer than the Raiju and the F-35 are. Biggest change they made was the tail, opting for a more traditional rear of the plane rather than the dual vertical stabilizer.
So what I've come to learn is that this rear of the plane here that has the most that has the more traditional like tail than the A10 does. That's off of the what is it, the YA11, which was the competitor for the A10 program, which I didn't talk about at all in this video. If I was remaking this video, I would definitely be talking about it.
The wheels also fully retract into the pods, unlike the real one, which leaves them exposed. But other than that, it's an A10. The weapons on the wings are actually more well done than most mounted on other jets. It has 6 air-to-air missiles, 3 on each side, which actually disappear when fired, which is something that is rare in GTA. There's also a missile barrage mode that fires from the hydropods, which is cool. Both styles of missiles, however, are the super slow standard GTA type deal. It can also drop bombs, but from an...
Bro, look at how small that bomb bay is, though. Why is it like a little butthole of a bomb bay that opens up? The bombs that drop off are like closer in size to these drop tanks. I don't know how they come out of this.
From an internal bomb bay?
See, look at how big these bombs are. And it's coming out of just like a little square. I don't understand it.
Not sure how that even works. And it can deploy countermeasures. Worth mentioning too that there's several liveries you can slap on the thing with a few of the traditional faces that appear on A10s in the real world. Now, let's talk about my big issue with this thing, and that's the gun.
I forget if I mentioned it too, but the gun is also perfectly centerline, which is obviously not accurate.
Most of my issues with the A10 are the gun in general anyway, but in GTA it's for different reasons. See, the base game had 2 jets. The Laser, which is an F-16-ish type jet, and the Hydra, a Harrier type deal. Now, both of these jets have dual explosive cannons, and the rate of fire of them is insane.
There's a correction to be made there, but I'll bring it up when we get to the F-16.
Guns are by far more useful than the missiles. So when the hot gun plane gets added, you might think the gun would be even better than the legacy jets, right? This was such a disappointment. It seems like the rate of fire is either laughably slow or only 1 in every 10 rounds is an explosive one. If you want something to do ground attack in GTA, the Laser or Hydra are much better. The Hunter will even beat those, and the Avenger is by far the best. As for the B-11 Strike Force, I give it a...
Okay, guys, stack up.
This is by far the best Bad Company 2.
So you reckon that the rainbow sprinkles are the way forward with the donut?
Absolutely, because then you get the different textures between soft donuts.
Could you get your ass over here right now?
Do you lose something, Sarge?
Drop something, Sarge?
This is supposed to be a stealth mission.
Why?
Never mind. You're here now. I need you to breach that door.
Oh, charades! I know this. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Hang on,
is it musical?
No, it's gotta be, it's a book. No.
You know, the more I learn about Battlefield 2042, the more I like it, honestly. I saw footage of the A10 being used in the game, but it took some figuring out on how to activate it. And it turns out you can just turn Battlefield 2042 into Battlefield 3, which is a game I played the hell out of back in the day. For some wild reason, you have to go to a website to set this up, which, okay, weird call, but you do you. Anyway, once you do this, you can make the A10 a vehicle that's playable. It has the cannon and some Hydras. Hydras seem to be able to take out walls too, which is pretty useful. Just like on the F-35, you can customize the loadout, but the default Hydras are by far the best thing. The Mavericks are god-awful. They have such a small window for you to lock onto tanks, and they barely do any damage. This thing should be killing tanks in one hit. I'll be honest though, I can't feel any difference in how it handles.
One of the pet peeves I have with Battlefield here, but also I think Ace Combat does it too. A bunch of games do it. Is that they just don't fully populate the hard points on the A10 because it's got like a shitload, right? It's got like 3 in each wing and then 4 in each wing and then 3 in the middle. And a lot of times the 3 in the middle are just left blank. And Battlefield here does it too. You see, like there's nothing here, and then it looks like there's 1 empty one on each wing as well. Like, just throw something on there, man.
Should be killing tanks in one hit. I'll be honest though, I can't feel any difference in how it handles when compared to the base game's F-35. It's a nice little set dressing. You can do the gun runs, you can do the rocket barrages. Honestly, I don't have much to say on it. It's an A10. I'll give it a...
It's fucking ridiculous. A10 going straight up at like 40,000 feet. Yeah, that's what it should be doing. There you go.
I was originally going to do this section on Project Wingman, a game I do want to cover in this series one day. Sadly, though, I found out while an A10 was planned for Project Wingman, it was cut. I guess you
can't believe they haven't added the A10
Project
Wingman as like
so we're going back to
DLC or
the
something.
A10, as far as I know, has appeared in every Ace Combat game. I could be wrong about that.
See, yep. See, look at empty hard points, and then even the aim 9s on the
it's mostly
too.
been an A10A, but in Ace Combat it's the A10C for the first time. Not that any difference between the A and C are featured in the game mechanics wise. It can carry dumbfire bombs, which suck, Hydras, which are okay, and Mavericks, which are the best. The model of the plane looks spectacular, but for some reason the cockpit view feels incredibly claustrophobic. The A10's cockpit doesn't have a clear view to start with, and on top of that it feels like the FOV for the cockpit might just be a tad on the narrow side. This might be a trend for Ace Combat in general,
like I said,
so that and the cockpit design might just lead to a rough experience. Ace Combat is best played.
You've never
in
used
third
rockets
person anyway,
well in any game.
In the last
with
video, I
planes.
talked about how most of the planes feel the same in Ace Combat, but damn was I wrong here. I can feel the difference. This thing is incredibly slow, which hey, I guess that's kind of accurate. It stalls in the climb very easily if you don't push the throttle.
It carries the base game general purpose Sidewinder, 2 of them even. Now, the gun, even when in third person, doesn't have that industrial vibrator sound.
And again, I think I talk about it because how could I know I talk about it in War Thunder, but these AIM-9s could have just been on the regular pylon. You didn't have to use these dual ones and then leave one empty. I would have much rather had them have just like an ECM pod or something for show on the other side, and then have your 2 Sidewinders on one pylon here. You can change the FOV with cheat engine in AC7. I didn't know that. I mean, playing it in VR, playing Ace Combat in VR is so fucking good, dude.
And it's kind of pathetic. It sounds like a lawnmower next door.
Brother, what's that? What's that,
brother?
Like, you had one job. Do better. If I had one more gripe to throw on, the 2 general purpose missiles, which again are supposed to be AIM-9s, are mounted on each wing, and it doesn't take advantage of the asymmetrical loadout it uses in the real world, which would have been a nice touch. Anyway, the A-10 in Ace Combat, from me, gets a...
I like setting this up in Arma. This was a good little... This was cute. Nailed them. They all see me at just the perfect time. That's pretty good.
Arma 3 actually has a vanilla A10. Well, kind of. It's the A10.
You don't think it's legal to rate the A10 as anything other than a bird? Exactly.
It's more boxy. It kind of looks
I
like
fucking
the
love this
Cybertruck.
plane, by
I know
the
it
way.
looks stupid, but I dig it.
I
We call
fucking
it the
love
A164 Wipeout,
the
and
fucking
it's one
Wipeout
of
in
2
Arma
base
3.
jets in the game, the other being a new stealthy version of the Hornet. As far as the A10 goes, it's not half bad. It has an integrated targeting pod that sits right under the center of the plane, which is kind of video game logic, but super useful as you can look behind the plane with it. Not only can it carry all the usual A10 things, but with mods, you can even give it Hellfires.
This was still my favorite plane to fly.
The targeting pod also has
every
a PIP,
time I played
PIP,
Arma.
or predicted impact point for bombs on the gun, which is incredibly useful. I touched on it a bit in the F-35 video, but the way they handle targeting pods in Arma is both cool and not great. To use it, you have to like activate it, and it takes up your entire screen. You can then move the camera around, zoom in and out, lock the camera gimbal, etc. Now, you can still control the aircraft when that's happening, and it even gives you a roll indicator in the corner. However, you have no pitch indicator, and if you're zoomed all the way in, tracking targets or providing surveillance, you can lose track of your altitude and crash into the ground before you realize what's happening. This could be fixed very easily by simply adding a pitch indicator or duplicating the HUD in the corner, but as far as I know, this kind of mod doesn't exist.
I've
There is
still
an
not found a
altitude
mod
reading
that does
on there
that.
too, but in the heat of the moment, it can be hard to read or tell if it's going up and down. Also, like in Ace Combat, there's just one Sidewinder on each side. I know this is fixable through mods though. Flying this thing again to get footage for this video really made me miss being a CAS pilot in the base game Wipeout. On the off chance that you have an Army unit that's looking for a fixed wing CAS pilot and you would let me fly this, please hit me up. I'd love to get back in the seat of this jet.
And I did find an Army
As far
unit
as the
that let me do
A164 Wipeout goes,
It was
I
really
rated
fun.
it.
If I had more time, I would still be doing that. So this clip definitely shows people dying. But, you know, it was a long time ago. Everyone in that clip was dead anyway.
I want to start off by
old
saying
age.
I am not
They
a War
survived.
Thunder player. I played it way back in like 2013 for like a month. I thought it was kind of neat, but it was all World War II stuff, and it lost my interest pretty quickly. Over the years, I watched it from afar, hearing about all the classified document leaks, controversies, and drama. I don't fully understand the situation, but I have heard World of Tanks or Warships is less problematic. Unfortunately, World of Whatever doesn't have any planes and doesn't have the A-10, so here we are. Now, there are 2 A-10s in War Thunder.
Oh,
both
man, I better
being
pull
A
up. I'm
variants.
going to fucking...
There's a
There you
free
go. Jesus.
one called the A-10A Late that you can grind for, which is actually a bit better from what I hear, or a premium one, which is also an A-10A, just not late. Last video, I said I didn't feel like spending money. Well, today, I did. It's honestly not a terrible rendition. I was actually pretty impressed. The weapon
Man,
selection
saying
is
I'm
varied,
impressed by
and
War Thunder
I
now
was
just
actually
seems
kind of
wrong.
amazed about how much you can customize the pylons. Sadly, only on the A10 late, which I don't have, you can have the 2 sidewinders on one pylon, so at least we finally see that. Now, since it doesn't have a targeting pod, guiding the AGM-65s can be tough using a built-in seeker for the TV-guided version of the missiles, but when they do hit, they're very effective. Hydras are also an excellent choice. The gun, from what I saw on the test range over Wake Island, was pretty...
Did I just say Hydras are an excellent choice? What the fuck was I thinking, dude?
true to life, to my surprise. Strafing the tank target with the cannon resulted in most of the rounds hitting the dirt or causing little damage. Now, I decided to take this thing into a random arcade air battle with nothing but the AIM-9s and the gun.
I've been told many times by now that I was fighting bots here, and that's really fucking embarrassing.
And, wow. This thing ripped it up in the few games I played. I had my VR on and HOTAS set for it, and it was
still fun.
My first game, I ended up first place on my team. I might actually go back and
bots.
do that for
It's
fun.
because you were
I know
fighting
War
bots.
Thunder has a
That's
sim
why.
level. I'm not 100% sure what that entails, and it might be something I'll look at in the future. But the point of this video is to just take a look at the A10. And War
They
Thunder,
tricked you,
can't
Mimi.
believe I'm saying this.
They let you win the first
I gave it
game. The A10 doesn't last any amount of time against players. I know. It's terrible. It's terrible, and I'm embarrassed for saying it.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
That's a sick little lo-fi
Up until
beat there.
relatively
I like that.
recently, MS Flight Sim only had one A10 by the studio M Scenery. It was an A10A, and oof, let me tell you, it sucked. Cockpit looked like absolute garbage.
Ugh.
Thankfully, about 6
I
months
flew
ago,
this in VR
developer
one time. It
Demos,
was the
who
worst.
has an abundance of high quality
The
modules
other
out,
one,
released
the
their
M
version
Scenery
of
one.
Warthog, which is a C variant, and it is leaps and bounds above the old one in terms of quality. The cockpit looks immaculate, and it comes with several nice liveries. Since this is MS Flight Sim, there's no weapons, and the cannon has been replaced with the targeting pod, which is arguably more useful than...
I really like that. That's a good frame. I really like that the cannon is a TGP. It's almost like an F-35 with the integrated EOTS on an A10. I do miss the War Thunder custom lobby nonsense, but also streamer focus sucks. I know, dude. I've been telling myself now since the Comanche came out to do another one of those streams, and time is my most limited resource in my life right now. I do want to do that again one day, but not for now. This carving out time to do this stream today has been incredibly difficult and required a lot of planning. So, and this is something that I wanted to do to put out a video. This is technically video production.
The General Electric Gout and Adventure. 30mm hydraulically driven 7-barrel rotatory autocannon.
And on
I forgot
the
I put that
HDA
in.
version, there's just no cannon. There's 3 drop tanks, which are optional, each matching the livery you pick. I prefer how it looks without them, honestly. It's a joy to fly. Weaving in and out of canyons with it is such a nice experience. It seems pretty on point to me, at least as far as MS Flight Sim allows. I will always appreciate this game for letting me take these aircraft anywhere in the world. If I'm ever feeling homesick, it's nice to fly around my hometown. And as far as the A10C goes, I give it a...
Get it? Because all the other ones was the cannon shooting. But that one has a camera, so it's like camera noises. I'm hilarious. The A10 with the TGP instead of the gun is no longer an A10 because it's actually good.
Jimmy Turner, my name is Dust Timothdale, Timothdale, Dust Timothdale,
See, here's the problem with this video series. I'm really going to have to be very careful about what aircraft I pick going forward. Because if said air...
Oh, I just noticed. Apparently, I used the clip where I was...
Yes, it's going to win now every time. The F-16 has a full fidelity module about what aircraft...
There. You can kind of... Oh, I missed it again by just a bit. The fucking...
video series.
The tag. The tag is there, the blue tag. And apparently I was using footage where I was cycling through, turning it off.
Very careful about what aircraft I pick.
I don't know how I just noticed that for the first time.
Has a full fidelity module in DCS. It's going to win every time. The F-16, the FA-18, the F-4, F-14, AH-64, all of them. DCS just wins. Maybe that's why the F-35...
I don't think I knew BMS existed at this point.
Just don't hit. But that's not the case here. This is as close to an A10 as it gets. Mind you, this is the A10C, not the A. The A is a much lower fidelity thing. But on the C, fully interactive cockpit, full flight model, full fidelity weapons. Motherfuckers build full replica cockpits in their living rooms just so they can fly this plane in this game. Like, I know it's a meme that if you learn a plane in DCS, you could fly it for real. But shit, man, there's probably something to that. At a minimum, you could probably cold start it and get it in the air. I really don't have much to say on this one. You can't get better than this. If your wife's boyfriend bought you this module for Christmas, then congratulations. Because you have the best A10 in gaming.
That one sounds pretty good.
I know. That was pretty anticlimactic. But hey, that's DCS for you. Anyway, some closing
That's such a cool
thoughts
formation.
about the old A10 here. Military aircraft are generally marketed to other countries when in development or as they get phased out. 24 countries, for example, operate the F-16. 15 bought the F-35, and 7 the F-15. Only 4 ever bought the A-10.
That's wrong. So, I think where I got this statistic from is I remember reading it when I was doing my research. I can't remember the source, but I think what this was trying to tell me is that there are 4 countries with U.S. air bases with A-10 stationed at them, not countries that operate the A-10 independently. I think that's what that statistic actually is. The truth of it is no other country bought the A-10, just us. So,
and hell, 11 got the F-104. That alone should be embarrassing for the Hawk.
If anything, it proves my point more.
If you're a diehard A-10 fanboy, I hope you either learned something or you're malding in the comments. And if you guys send me anything from the Pogo Foundation, I will actually laugh at you. Anyway, if you watch this far...
The Pogo Foundation is founded by the Fighter Plane Mafia, for those that don't know. Project on Government Oversight, I think is what it stands for.
Thank you. More of these are to come, and if you'd like to see those, please consider subscribing. If I missed anything or didn't mention your favorite A-10 game, go ahead and let me know in the comments. I do read every single one. But that's it for me.
That's still true. I still do read every single comment on my videos. That's kind of the most fun thing about posting a video is because I usually post them like super fucking late at night because I'm up all day and all night editing, getting the final edit out. But one of my most favorite things is waking up the next morning, seeing I have 150 notifications and going through and reading all the comments. I really, really do appreciate that. That's the most fun about publishing a YouTube video. Other than I like watching them too.
For me, VTOL just got a new update, so I'm sure you can find me there. Otherwise, take care till the next one.
All right, so new A10 videos. Hang on, I'm gonna put up, get some more light in here. It's kind of dark. There we go. There we go. A little bit more light. get some gamer lighting going. So new A10 stuff that's come out, right? Biggest one is the VTOL VR mod. That one's huge. It's made by C137, I think is his username. He's the same guy that made the F-16 mod. It's obviously fantastic. It used to be up a long time ago, got taken down, and now that modded aircraft are kind of a thing again. It came back. Also, if I was going to remake this video 4 months ago, I would have included the Cricket from Nuclear Option. I think it looks a lot like an A10. It functions a lot like an A10. However, now Nuclear Option has added more of an A10-ish type thing. I forget what it's called, but it's essentially another like turboprop-driven A10. But it looks a lot closer than the Cricket does. So I would include that too. I can't think of any other A10s that have come out recently that I would include otherwise. And then, yeah, we have the, you're still here?
Here? The video was over 5 minutes ago.
Was it 5 minutes ago? I think so. Yeah.
Do you not have anything better to, you know what? Fine. Here's what the next one's going to be.
Oh yeah. This is when I started teasing the next ones. This edit goes so fucking hard. And again, another little editing mistake. A round comes in and lands right here. There it is. Right on beat. That was not intentional. Ah, so good. All right. That is the A10 in gaming. I have to pee like crazy. So I'm going to go do that. I will be right back, guys. All right, we are back. It's a little hot in here too, so I'm gonna expose my bald head to the elements here. Next, the AC-130 in gaming, which one of my favorites, definitely. All right, let's get into it. We're 2 down, 10 to go, and we've been going for 2 hours. That's not a great pace we're making. I wish I used different audio here because I feel like it's a little bit too ambiguous.
I'm sure each and every one of you recognizes that sound.
Because you probably don't.
So I'm a pretty big Star Wars fan. Some of you who are familiar with me might know that. And there's just something about being on a ship that you can walk around
my
on,
fucking
flying through
logo.
Space with different rooms, different positions and roles. That's
Somebody
just so cool
said,
and satisfying to me.
I know I'm pausing a lot. Somebody said it was like a post that I did recently. I had no idea you're a huge Star Wars fan. Have you not seen my profile picture? Crazy.
Flying, someone manning turrets, someone fixing engines. It's a romanticized dynamic that I look for in my media and entertainment. The Millennium Falcon, the Ebon Hawk, the Ghost, these are some of my favorite vehicles in the franchise because of that aspect. When an experience can scratch that itch of a large multi-crew vehicle
Rogue One
with
footage
each
is
member
so
having distinct roles, damn man.
So fucking
This some serious gourmet shit.
That's a big reason why I played Sea of Thieves so much back in the day. It perfectly encapsulates.
I have like probably 10 episodes worth of Sea of Thieves content that I have privated. And I don't know what to do with them. I don't think I'll ever make them like public, like not unlisted, but maybe I'll do a watch stream on those because some of them are really fucking good and I think they're funny.
It's that type of gameplay. The coordination, command structure, and teamwork to fully and effectively operate a galleon in a PvP setting is some of my favorite kind of content. Now, I'm sure you can tell where I'm going with this. The AC-130 is the modern-day airborne example of that. Hell, it even has cannons on the side, just like a flying pirate ship. Ever since I learned about what it was, which was probably COD 4, I can't think of it.
And I take that back. It wasn't Call of Duty 4. I think the first time I heard it was not really an AC-130, but it was Command and Conquer Generals has the Spectre gunship, which is almost like an Aardvark gunship that like circles around. It's a big swing wing thing. And that's the first time I heard of like a gunship like that.
Time before that when I had ever heard about it.
I see lots of little pieces down there.
It's been one of my
But then it
favorite
was COD 4.
aircraft. I mean, dude, a big plane with a cannon on the side, and not just like an autocannon, it has that too, but like an artillery piece. And it just circles shit like a shark and bullies it into submission. Sign me the fuck up. This batshit crazy idea came from a place a lot of batshit crazy ideas came from, the 1960s, specifically Vietnam. See, the Vietnam War was very similar to the conflicts in the Middle East during the 2000s and 2010s, a war against a mostly insurgent or local militia force, not against a standing army. Sure, there were fights against the proper North Vietnamese army, but a lot of it was with the Viet Cong, which are mostly just villagers fighting to harass U.S.
God,
troops.
you got any more
No Air
pixels?
Force, no tanks, just some poopy sticks, an AK, and a pocket full of dreams. Because of this, most airstrikes would be against soft targets like Duggan infantry.
Poopy sticks and a pocket full of dreams.
So the American military wanted a new close air support or CAS weapons platform to help their forces push through Duggan local fighters. They had the A-1 Skyraider and the F-4 Phantom, but these weren't really up to...
That Skyraider PNG sucks. I should really find a better one. Because all this blue, that looks like ass.
The task of hanging around for long periods, they're more of a drop your load and hit the road kind of deal. They started using the UH-1 Huey, the main transport helicopter for the Army, by attaching dumbfire rockets
footage
and
with some
mounting
actual
machine guns
resolution.
to the side doors. After it dropped off a load of troops, it could stick around and provide covering fire and fire support to the dismounted infantry.
That's not true. That's wrong. Gunship Hueys would not carry troops. Transport Hueys would, sometimes escorted by gunship Hueys, but gunship Hueys typically would not carry any troops into battle.
However, it wasn't purpose-built for that kind of work. It was pretty big, lightly armored, and usually flying very low, very slow, or even just hovering, making it an easy target for small arms fire and RPG rounds from the VC. Also, side note, everyone thinks RPG stands for rocket-propelled grenade, but it doesn't.
The song in the background here, if you can listen to it, I play it very shortly, but it's the Russian national anthem, but it's All-Star.
It stands for,
Ручной противотанковый гранатомет.
which translates to handheld
So
anti-tank
fucking
grenade
good.
launcher. Like, I get why you might think it's rocket-propelled grenade, but anyway, side ran over. Helicopters certainly have their place in close air support, and the UH-1 would eventually be reworked into the AH-1 Cobra, which is purpose-built for CAS. But before that, someone smoked a shitload of weed and thought, what if we had a plane that could, like, hang out way out of range of the AKs and role-playing games, and it would shoot guns out the side of it at the stuff. So they grabbed a C-47 Skytrain, slapped an A on the front of it, loaded it with 3 7.62 miniguns, pointed them out the window, flew around a battle, and just unloaded. And with that toke of a joint, the AC-47 Spooky was born. Do you know what? Somehow this shit fucking worked. I mean, it wasn't perfect. The gunners had to sight by eye. The base C-47 didn't have much fuel and therefore couldn't loiter for too long. There wasn't room in the plane for much ammo. For safety, it had to fly mostly at night. But the proof of concept.
So for safety, it had to fly mostly at night. Not necessarily true. Somewhat true. But it also ran a lot of night missions because it was going after, what was it? The Ho Chi Minh Trail, I think it was called. Yeah. Which essentially convoys that mostly traveled at night. It was used a lot in attacks on convoys on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, mostly at night. So it flew mostly at night. Still didn't fly in the day because it was an easy target, especially with were they MiG-15s or whatever the fuck in Vietnam, out and about. But that's a small correction.
Concept was there. After upgrading to a line of cocaine, they figured bigger was better, and they did the same thing, but less jank, to a C-130 Hercules, the medium cargo aircraft of the day. And also of today, I guess. They're still kicking. The C-130 had more room for ammo, more fuel, longer range and loiter times, and could fit more weapons. It was also considerably more modern for the time, and apparently they chose well because they are still using AC-130s to this day. After Vietnam, they were used in South and Central America in the late 70s to the end of the 80s, and of course used extensively in the Middle East since the 1990s, with the most recent confirmed AC-130 mission being in late 2023.
That's probably, I haven't looked it up, but there's probably been more since then.
So, when exactly would you call an AC-130? It actually has a lot of the same shortcomings the A-10 had, which I talked about in its own video. The main issue is that it is a very easy target. It's big, it's slow, it has a huge radar cross-section. I mean, look at it, it's a cargo transport, not a fighter. So, if there are any fighters in the area, it's cooked. Radar SAM sites, cooked. AAA, cooked. I know we've all seen the giant flare angel wings thingy, but that'll only save you from IR missiles, and more advanced IR missiles will ignore that shit. It can pretty much only operate in sanitized airspace and usually does so at night. But just like Vietnam, it's been mostly used.
So, in the original video posting, I don't think it's in this one, but in the original video posting, there was an AC-130 crew member who says they actually have on the J variant, the Ghost Rider, they have a lot of electronic warfare capability in it now that they didn't used to have to, and it can operate in hostile airspace more so than it used to because of that capability. So that's a slight correction.
Against insurgent forces, you know, pissed off dudes with small arms, maybe some mounted AT stuff, the obligatory Toyota pickup, but nothing crazy. No hostile jets or S-400s. And for that role, it's amazing. It has a reputation of being used alongside special forces, but it has also been used.
Also, this AC-130 that was used in Transformers here, it has a Decepticon kill count on the side of it because it was used in this movie and it shot at a Decepticon. So that's kind of fucking cool.
Used to assist regular ground troops too. There's not even many AC-130s out there, like 3 dozen or so of the only active model at this moment, so it's not like an F-35 where there's literally 1,000 of them. There are more AC-130Js than Su-57s though, so I'll take the opportunity just to shit on that thing for a second. It's used in CAS missions, recon, and direct ground attack, air interdiction, that kind of stuff. All of the main guns are located on the left side of the airframe, and the tactic it uses is called a pylon turn. It's a turn that comes from old-timey air races, where a pylon on the ground would mark a
I forgot I did that. That's my voice. That's me doing that voice.
Turn in the track, and the race planes would roll so that the wing is pointed directly at the pylon for the duration of the turn for the most optimal maneuver. The AC-130 does the same maneuver, although at a much higher altitude and for a much longer arc, with its wing pointed directly at the target area. This way, the guns on the side are always pointed towards the place where they got to put the boom. It doesn't have
did that voice well. Thank you.
The pylon turn, but it's definitely the most effective usage of the plane, and certainly the iconic way it's depicted in media. Now, it isn't all perfect with the AC-130. As I'm sure you'll remember in my last video, we talked about another beloved plane with an iconic gun that had it.
What is this F-22 though?
its fair share of problems. And the AC-130 is no different. In one of the worst cases of mistaken target identity that I've come across for any U.S. aircraft, the AC-130 was tasked with striking a building that was believed to be a base of operations for enemy combatants in Afghanistan in 2015. However, the building that was marked as the target was in fact a hospital from which Doctors Without Borders was operating. The AC-130 opened fire, killing about 40 civilians and injuring dozens more. 16 military personnel.
King Carnage, welcome. I feel missed. I'm here. For this whole Doctors Without Borders miss ID, someone in, I think it's the comments of this re-upload, they said they're a JAG, like a military lawyer, and this is like a huge case that they study when they're in school. This is interesting.
Now were punished internally. I'm not sure if it was bad intel.
I don't know if you guys can hear that, but Ruby is downstairs howling. I think my wife came upstairs for like 2 seconds and she misses her. We just got her fixed last Friday, so she's been drugged up for like a week now.
Miscommunication or an error in target ID on the plane itself, but it was an absolute tragedy. In addition to that incident, the crews of older AC-130s are highly prone to cancer and have been medically retired earlier than the average service member. The cause for this is theorized to be from breathing in chemicals in the propellant left behind from spent shells while in a confined space. I can say from my research for this video, I did not find any PPE that would prevent such a thing from happening on current AC-130 flights, which sucks.
So on that point with the crews getting sick from the propellant, apparently that has been, again, someone from an AC-130 crew addressed that in the comments of, I think this video, where they said something along the lines of certain SOPs, like keeping the doors shut for a little bit longer before reloading, and certain propellant mixes have cut down on those kinds of side effects and injuries of working on the plane. So that's good. They have done something. It's still not perfect, but there have been steps taken towards the health and safety of the crew. Have I finally converted to agreeing that the F-18 is better than the F-16? No. No, I haven't.
With all that out of the way, let's talk about the aircraft itself, about all the different variants.
On paper, capability-wise, yeah, sure. I just don't like it as much.
And weapons it uses. It has a crew of anywhere between 7 and 14 depending on the variant and even the flight. Usually 2 pilots, a navigator, a few loaders, 2 combat system officers, and a few other support personnel. It's about 100 feet long, 130 feet wide, and 40 feet tall. It's actually almost exactly as big as a D-77 Pelican. It has 4 engines, which can vary depending on the model. As they became available, FLIR targeting pods were added to help with targeting and recon, sometimes even having multiple pods mounted on the front and side of the plane. Again, depending on the model. Speaking of models, there's actually a lot more than I thought. This thing has been through more iterations than most military aircraft. Starting with the AC-130A Spectre, which is mounted with, 4 7.62 miniguns and 4 20mm M61 Vulcan rotary autocannons.
So that's not true. I've actually seen an AC-130A in person now at the National Museum of the Air Force in Dayton, Ohio. And it only had 2. It only had 2 of those. I remember looking at the spec sheet and thinking 4 doesn't make sense. I thought maybe does it have it like 2 on each side? But no, it only has 2 of each gun, and they are only on the left side. Maybe they carry like extra guns on board to do like a fast swap out in case one goes down. But in terms of armaments pointing out at the ground, it was only 2 each, not 4. I know you don't really do videos like this specifically, but a video on how aircraft designations work and stuff, and then how video games get them wrong. What you mean, like fighter, bomber, like that kind of stuff?
The phrase gunship kind of literally. Next is the AC-130E, also called the Spectre, which still rocked 2 miniguns, 2 Vulcans, but added 2 40mm L60 Bofors cannons.
Beaufort's nuts.
Which came right out of World War II.
I forgot I put Beaufort's nuts in there.
The AC-130H, also Spectre, loaded up with 2 miniguns, a Bofors, and the M102 105mm howitzer. And even later configured for the H dropped the 2 miniguns. The most iconic version we all know and love, the AC-130U Spooky, has the very familiar 25mm.
Battlefield 6, I think, has like an FV97. I don't know. I haven't played Battlefield 6 yet. I haven't heard that. I know it has an F22.
Your GAU 12U Equalizer, a 5-barrel rotary autocannon, the 40mm Bofors, and the 105mm howitzer. The newer AC-130W Stinger retained the howitzer, but is also the first to try out the GAU 23A Bushmaster 30mm.
Did you guys, you notice that? Where is he? He's only up for like 3 frames.
The newer AC-130W Stinger retained the howitzer, but is also the first to try out the GAU 23A Bush.
Damn it, I missed him. Where is he? There he is, the Bushmaster. And ironically, it's the W variant. He's up for like literally like 2 frames, and that's it.
Bushmaster 30mm autocannon. While smaller in diameter than the Bofors, parts and ammo were becoming quite the side quest for the Air Force. The 30mm also proved to be what the crews called sniper accurate. So while not packing the same punch as the 40mm, it's much more effective. The most recent version, the AC-130J Ghost Rider, packs both the 30 and 105mm, but also carries AGM-114 Hellfire missiles, several models of small diameter glide bombs such as GBU-39s and 53s under the wings, and has a launch tube out the rear for AGM-176 Griffin missiles and GBU-44 Vipers. Also, damn, all these planes' nicknames are fucking cool. There were plans for DEW or directed energy weapons, aka freaking laser beams, to be added to the J models, but earlier in 2024 the project was canceled. Can't have shit out here, man.
Real Engineering just put out a video on DEWs, and I haven't watched it yet. I say just, he's put it out probably like a month ago. I need to watch it because I think that's super fascinating. Having essentially a targeting pod, but instead of having a laser designator, having a laser strong enough to actually deal damage through direct line of sight like that. I really think that is going to be the future of aerial warfare and even just like warfare in general. You know, just being able to see something, especially, you know, if you just have line of sight on something and you can cook it, that's an amazing power to have. You don't need to designate a missile to go after it now. You just need to shine your laser at it. All the pylons on your wings can be replaced with fucking batteries. You know what I mean?
Inside the plane, the loaders usually sit at the back to load the 105, as the autocannon can be loaded with 2 feed trays with 2 different kinds of ammo preloaded. In the middle of the plane is a TV station where the triggerman will sit. Obviously, the pilots and navigators are up front where they would usually be. The left pilot has a sideways HUD looking towards where the gun...
Navy already has laser defensive weaponry, no? Not that I know of. I know they have like dazzling lasers for interrupting like optically guided stuff. And there was like a fucking 747 that was equipped with a chemical laser in like the 2000s, and Obama fucking stomped that shit out real quick. That's all I really know of right now. If the Navy does have directed energy, like killing stuff is such a weird way to put it. Yeah, if it you know, if the Navy does have defensive lasers that actually shoot stuff out of the air, I'm not aware of it, but I mean, that's possible. I'm an idiot, so
firing to help keep the wing pointed at the right spot on the ground and to help with his situational awareness. That's your history lesson for now, kids. Now let's talk about video games. I actually had a harder time getting a good list together for this one, and some of these suck, like bad, but we're gonna get through them. As with the F-35 video,
some of these do suck.
Mods or user-generated content, but I feel like they're worth mentioning. So let's dive in.
So the joke for this intro, the song is called RPG, but in the terms of like role-playing game, and I blow stuff up with an RPG. That is the joke. It's not a good joke, but that is the joke I'm making. See, RPG. I saw the song on TikTok and I thought it was catchy. I wanted to use it.
So, the base game of Arma 3 has an AC-130-ish type thing. It actually reminds me a lot of the AV-42C and the A-10C comparison I made last video, right down to the VTOL ability. The AV-44X Blackfish is a heavy-lift cargo vehicle that's had 3 weapons slapped on the side, just like an AC-130. It sports 20mm, 40mm, and 105mm.
One
it
of
can
those
also
is
use
Jedi.
its VTOL abilities to hover, which can be used in place of the pylon turn. Although a pylon turn is also
Jedi
an
was
effective
definitely
tactic
here.
used for this aircraft. It needs a minimum of 2 crew to operate, but 4 makes it much
there-
more
there-
useful,
there-
as
there
the
it
weapons
was.
require 2 gunners. I love the look of this thing. It really gives off D-77 Pelican vibes and is actually of similar size.
I mentioned the Pelican twice in this video, didn't I? That's crazy.
It's just like the C-130.
I'm
The
just
carrier
realizing
version
that.
of the Blackfish is basically just a Pelican. It certainly fits in the near future setting of the base game Arma, and it's definitely one of my favorite things to fly, even if it is big and bulky. Again, it isn't an AC-130 in the purest of forms, but I think it certainly deserves a place on the list, so I guess it makes sense to get it out of the way. Huge shout out to Gaslighting Inc. for inviting me to their server and flying around with me. I could not have done this without you guys.
Into the mouth. Nice.
So on this one, that's right. So the F-35 video, I graded everything by giving it like a different grading scale every time, like a percent or stars or a letter grade, stuff like that. On the A-10 video, I graded everything just by playing the gun sound effect that was in the game. This one, I went with memes. And I'm really not happy with how it turned out. And I think this is why I stopped it. Number one, there's not a whole lot of reaction memes, and I didn't want to reuse them. And some of them just don't fit, where I come off saying something like it's not bad. And I think I do it on the Barrett video too. But I come off saying like, yeah, it's not that bad. And then The Rock's like, it's a huge piece of dog shit. Like it doesn't make sense. So some of these aren't great. I had to download Snapchat for this on an extra phone I had, and it was an old phone, and it just could not keep up the frame rate putting this fucking filter, this mewing filter on these fucking dudes. So that's why the frame rate is ass. It's fucking funny though. It's fucking funny, dude.
They did it. They actually did it. They made me not like Ace Combat.
Look at what I was talking about before on the Ace Combat trailer. Look at the FOV on this. I cannot see any of the cockpit. The only thing they want me to, I'm pointing at the screen again. The only thing they want me to see is just whatever's in the HUD, and everything else is, they don't care. I like to see this stuff down here.
I've heard a lot about Ace Combat Assault Horizon just in passing, but man,
I had no idea it was as bad as it was.
It's terrible.
In fact, there are 2 and only 2 redeeming qualities about this game at all. We'll touch on them later. The writing and characters are generic, boring, and oh my god, guts. They added this dog shit semi-on-rails mechanic called DFM, or
if they bring DFM back in 8, I will, I don't know, I'll like kick a raccoon or something. I don't know. I will not be happy about it though.
Dogfight mode, where you have to get behind enemy planes, lock into the mode, and then just try and shoot them while not really flying your plane. I know Ace Combat is supposed to be arcade-ish, but this literally feels like a light gun game in an arcade. I was also told that your plane's gun will do exactly 0 damage to enemies unless in this mode. Either enemy planes can dodge super well or your missiles suck, but either way, I found myself missing almost all of my Fox 2s. And I believe this was intentional, so so you're pushed into using DFM. The missions are also way too long for what they are. They definitely don't earn this kind of time sink. It's just not fun. C-Mac?
I honestly, this might be a hot take. I feel like most Ace Combat missions are just like 10% too long. Like if all of them could just shorten up just like a little bit and then maybe put more missions in, I feel like that'd be better. But I feel like there's a lot of times where I'm like, all right, I hit the score that I needed. Oh shit, I still have 7 minutes to fly around and hit shit.
Actually took this game down, so I had to go to G2A, a store I hate, in order to play it. But the reason we're here is because Ace Combat...
Oh yeah, and I way overpaid for this fucking game too. It was like $80 on G2A. It's fucking stupid.
Assault Horizons has an AC-130 mission. Now, Call of Duty Modern Warfare had come out just a few years prior with its iconic AC-130 mission and kill streak. It's pretty obvious all of Assault Horizons would made to cash in on COD Fever. Fuck it, man. It doesn't even take place in Strange Real. The first mission is in Florida. Anyway, the AC-130 in this
fucking
game
Florida
is trash. The whole mission is trash. I was laughing out loud about how dumb some of the things in here are. First off, it has a 120mm cannon, something no AC-130 has. A lot.
Zero finishes the missions once you... Okay, thank God. Yeah. That they should implement that in more missions, or at least like have it be an option. Because I know some people want to go for like a crazy high score, but fuck, man. Sometimes it takes too fucking long.
Along with a 40mm Bofors that isn't fully automatic and a 25mm rotary cannon. The thermal imaging is pretty much just a weird filter over the color version of the level, and enemies will just pop up as white when the game wants you to shoot at them.
That's the most egregious part of this mission, if you ask me. Like the thermal imaging, just like, oh yeah, shoot at them now. Now it's hot. It's fucking stupid.
Worth noting that if you're looking, you can actually spot them before they turn on. And this isn't just for dismounts. Vehicles and even buildings will do this too. It's insane. The gimbal limit is very limited, to the point where the game will want you to shoot at something or see a story beat happening on the ground, and you just can't because the camera won't go that far. As long as we're talking shit on the camera, you can't lock it to terrain. It's just always moving. The game also does this trope that started in COD 4, where the zoom level is determined by what weapon you have selected, which is just dumb. The big cannon is zoomed all the way out, the 40mm is zoomed in a bit, and the 25mm is zoomed in so far I can count the enemy's fingers. There's also very minimal travel time for your shots. It feels like you're about 300 feet up in the air.
And I would be doing you a disservice to not mention that at the end of the mission, the plane experiences turbulence and shakes your camera around.
Now, I said there are two redeeming qualities to this game, and the AC-130 in particular. First, they gave the plane a mustache that can catch balloons, which is a real thing that was developed to pull.
That's cool. I do really like that they added that, because that is a real thing that C-130s did to like pull out like fucking CAA guys in the 80s.
Cargo out of hot zones without landing, and was even in the Dark Knight. Second is
Girl in Ace Combat game. I love her.
But that's it. The game sucks, and I hate it. It features, without a doubt, the worst AC-130 in gaming.
True.
This game is bad! Holy fuck!
That was an appropriate meme for that one.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Okay, it's childish, Gambino, homegirl dropping like the NASDAQ. Move white girls like this.
Fucking love this mashup.
Move black girls, cause man, fuck it, I'll do either. I love pussy, I love bitches, dude, I should be running Peter in Adidas with some short shorts. B-O-O all over me, my green is where it's supposed to be. Your green is in my grocery. This Asian dude, I stole his girl, and now he got that Coachy beat my
I just checked. Navy's been fucking around with the EWs on the USS Ponce since 2014. Nice.
And thank God that Ace Combat...
Now put it on a tank.
Assault Horizons is the worst AC-130, because if it wasn't, it'd be Tom Clancy's.
Fuck.
I remember playing Hots 1 back in...
I fucking forgot. Oh my God. How's Talk Tua doing?
today on my Xbox 360. I even got this shitty little HOTAS they made just for the game, and honestly, it wasn't the worst. I remember it being kind of like Ace Combat, but it had co-op multiplayer over Xbox Live, and I bullied one of my friends into getting it with me. However, Hux 2 on PC is far from a good experience. I have two good things to say about this game, and that's A, every mission showcases a new aircraft, and B, the missions don't overstay their welcome like they did in Assault Horizons. But that's it. The controls on the PC port hardly worked, even when I remapped them. The PC port in general was difficult to get a hold of. I had to go back to G2A because, like Assault Horizons, Steam had delisted the game years ago. Thankfully, the AC-130 mission was...
I think this game was like $80 too. This is an expensive video to make.
Very early, the fourth or so mission, so about 20 minutes into the game. Now, the entire mission here takes place in regular color vision. No flare to be found. It has you escorting a Special Forces platoon conducting a rescue mission for a downed pilot. I'm not 100% sure, actually. The story was pretty hard to follow. Like last time, you can't lock the gimbal of the targeting pod to the ground, so your crosshair is constantly moving with the plane. I will say you appear to be at a more appropriate altitude this time around, but still relatively low on a realistic scale. The shot travel time definitely feels better. They actually labeled your big gun as a 105, but this thing produces a massive mushroom cloud, and the splash damage goes on for days. You have limited ammo, and it seems to be on the lower side. It's a bit ridiculous that no one ever shoots at you, even though you see enemy helicopters very close to you. You also take out entire warships without a single shot being fired at you. Even with all its faults, it was 100% the best mission of the game, at least up to as far as I played. It wasn't good by any means, but it sure as hell beat Ace Combat.
Wow. Fucking disgusting.
Fucking disgusting. Oh, this mashup too is so fucking good. I want to say I just tried to use the original audio here for this cutscene, but Total Eclipse of the Heart kept getting it compromised. Or not compromised, but claimed. What's the altitude AC-130s fly? Like susceptible from small on fire? Not at all. Not at all. Usually like 5 to 10,000 feet is a pretty good operating range for them. They're not up at like 30,000 feet because then you're just not going to have good guns. But yeah, out of small arms fire for sure. 5 to 10,000. I think some of the footage that I use in the history section shows the altitude on the HUD, and they're doing a circle at 10,000 feet. Oh, it just cuts off. Chills.
Battlefield has had an
So
AC-130
good.
in both 3 and 4, and 4 is the one we're looking at today. Let me tell you, it's a bit of a headache to get going. Battlefield 4 has this commander role, and I remember you being able to even play it on a phone or tablet. It was a big part of the marketing. The commander call in different support elements depending on what objective you had captured. It's not like in Squad, though. The commander wasn't a player with a gun. He just looked at the map. One of the things you could call in was an AC-130. It has 1 gunner per weapon and has an autopilot, so it's
This
just on
footage was
rails.
so fucking
It's your
hard to
iconic
get to. I had to go do an actual multiplayer lobby and just try and have it like show up organically. And I think I did it on stream. It was hard. It took a while just to get the little footage that I did in here.
Key variant with the big old boom, poof, poof, Burt, and it can get shot down almost right away if there's AA or enemy bandits. But if it goes uncontested on the map, it can be pretty devastating. It's rare, it's kind of neat, but that's about it.
You weird, buddy. You're weird.
This is a Scott Manley video I used for this, where he's explaining. Is he explaining how much Delta V you need in a rocket or something? I forget. But he was doing math for Kerbal.
Kerbal Space Program, for those of you that don't know, is absolutely goated. It's actually one of my most played games of all time. It's not so much a...
Hang on. Let's check on that. The Kerbal Space Program, 2,800 hours. I haven't played it in a year, which I think was when I was filming this video originally. Yeah, it was. I remember. Man, that's I think VR chat's worse. No, VR chat's only 1900. I think Steam VR is the worst though. Steam VR is 3900 hours. How much I got in VTOL? Like 200, I think. 300, almost 300. I have a bit in Civ 5, I think. Is Civ 5 in my favorites? I can spell. No, it's not. Oh, because it's Sid Meier's, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Boom. I only got almost 200 in Civ 5. Civ 5 is fucking great. Anyway. Back to the show.
Flight sim as it is a NASA sim. This game has an entire solar system built into it, and that's even more impressive considering it's built in Unity. A sequel came out a while back, but that's a whole can of worms I'm not getting into. The base gameplay here is to build vehicles. You can, if you want, send said vehicles to other planets. Rockets, rovers, drones, bases, planes, hell, even boats. Worth saying
So that little montage of showing all the different kinds of vehicles there are right there.
Made a mod called BD Armory.
I'm fucking it up now.
Game has an entire solar system built into it.
That little montage took about 4 hours to film because I had to build all that shit. Some of it I got off the workshop, but build it all, fly it somewhere, land it, and then, film it, like doing whatever. It took for fucking ever for like 8 seconds of footage.
And that's even more impressive considering it's built in Unity. A sequel came out a while back, but that's a whole can of worms I'm not getting into.
That's abandonware now, by the way, KSP 2, which is upsetting because the colony stuff looked really cool too.
The base gameplay here is to build vehicles. You can, if you want, send said vehicles to other planets. Rockets, rovers, drones, bases, planes, hell, even boats.
All that shit. That boat is on Lathe, which is a moon of a Jupiter style planet. For those of you that aren't familiar, Jewel, as you can see, that is a gas giant, and I am on a moon of that gas giant with this fucking boat.
Mods for KSP can be incredible, fully changing the game. For example, a funny little Baja man made a mod called BD Armory, which added military weapons to KSP. Yes, that funny little Baja man. Hell, some of the models in BD Armory went into VTOL VR. And you can do all the normal wacky Kerbal stuff with said
normal wacky Kerbal stuff. The GAU 80.
Weapons. Using this mod and a few others, we can make our own functioning AC-130. Let's call our new variant the AC-130K Jebediah. It comes equipped with an M61 Vulcan in 20mm, the M230 chain gun in 30mm, and the 105 howitzer. I decided to slap on some laser-guided missiles on the wings just like the AC-130J, but they're full AGM-65 Mavericks rather than Hellfires. It comes with the targeting pod, and you know what? Fuck it. We finally have the laser-mounted gunship. I tried my best with the flares, but it looks more like a butthole than wings. This thing cheats a little bit in that it's way more fast and maneuver.
When they get back there a little bit, they kind of start looking like wings, but when they first come out, it definitely looks like a butthole.
And maneuverable than its real-world counterpart, and because of that, this thing fucks pretty hard. The howitzer projectiles seem to be bugged, or it isn't equipped with a heat round. It just seems to disappear on the ground. Both the smaller guns and the missiles tear it up, though. They're very effective. I love the range this game has. If you've never picked up KSP, I cannot recommend it enough. Not only is it fun, but it teaches you things too. Funny frogmen make me happy.
KSP is really fucking good. And it's also like, I think, $20. And everybody should own it because it's fantastic.
This right here is my favorite thing ever in the history of forever. I think about this every day.
By the way, who's going to see Iron Lung next month? I know I fucking am.
About this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
That's right. Baby No Money copyright struck this video. Or not struck, but claimed it. So this is a Baby No Money song. I think it's freaky. What's Iron Lung? So Iron Lung is an indie game. Small tangent. Iron Lung's an indie game. They came out, God, it must have come out like 2019 or something like that. Essentially, you play a convicted, like a convicted felon in like this space civilization, but it's like a dystopian space civilization. There's only like 2 space stations left. There's like 200 people left alive in all of humanity. And you did a crime, and so your punishment is you get welded into this submarine and dropped onto this moon that somehow has an ocean full of human blood, and no one's sure how it got there. And you pilot this submarine around this ocean, and like it's like an indie horror game. Markiplier played it. He really fucking liked it, and he self-financed, wrote, directed, like everything, a movie based on the game called Iron Lung. And so it comes out in January, and I'm definitely going to go see it. Anyway, the audio on this is scuffed because to keep monetization on, I had to mute the audio. So that's why the Simple Planes intro sounds like, it kind of sounds like the Portal radio. You want new VTOL updates? I know. He said he's going to get back to working on it. And he says he's learned a lot of stuff developing VFM that's going to make its way into VTOL. And he also did say, in like that blog post he did like a month or 2 ago, that a new plane is in development for VFM.
Simple
I think
Planes,
it's probably
for those
going
of
to
you that
be
don't know, is an offshoot to Simple Rockets, which was intended as a competitor
based on
Kerbal
the
Space Program.
the
It allows
F-18,
users to
if I
make
had to
planes
guess.
with simple-looking,
After
yet
VFM.
surprisingly robust controls. It's a bit more advanced than what you can do in KSP, but not as complex as something like Flyout. A lot of users remake versions of real aircraft, and the AC-130 is no exception. Now, the main reason I'm covering
Simple Planes, by the way, on standalone Quest headsets is a pretty good experience if you want to fly. Now we have VFM, but if you want to do more like general aviation, landing, stuff like that, it's pretty good.
This is because you can play in VR. If you let me duct tape a TV to my eyeballs to play your game, I automatically like it more. Now, the model in question we're looking at here comes with 2 20mm Gatling guns, a 40mm, and a 105mm. Pretty standard. You can sit in either the pilot or co-pilot seat, the flight engineer seat, multiple external views, the refueling receptacle, or the gunner seat, which, by the way, just puts your head where the targeting pod is. The cockpit does have switches you can reach out and touch, and you can fly the plane with the yoke by hand. But to fly from any other seat the game allows you to man, you have to use the basic controls like your VR controller's joysticks and buttons. When you have the weapons selected, you aim them with a transparent arc that shows the projectile's predicted path. This seems kind of jank, but it works well enough. Dare I say, it's even kind of fun. I got this version on Steam, but it is also available on standalone headsets, so it's not a terrible option if you want to fly VR on the go.
It was pretty good. It was all right. It wasn't great, but it was fine.
It was fine. I've cold started the F-16 in DCS once, and if I never have to do it again, I'd be okay with that.
DCS actually has a C-130 module coming out soon.
It's out now. That's right. It actually came out. So that's fucking cool.
But until then, we're stuck with an unofficial mod. And man, of all the unofficial mods I've seen so far,
I don't think there's any AC-130 functionality in it, though. I'm pretty sure it could drop a MOAB, but that's it.
This is the best one I've tried out. It's not a full fidelity C-130, but it's pretty damn close, like maybe 80-90%. And you can turn it into an AC-130. Now, there's a lot to be desired here. Maybe I'm wrong, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of flare. You can take a seat that has a POV over the main cannon, or you can look out the side of the cockpit, but that's it for targeting. Once you turn on the weapon systems, you even get 3 reticles for the 3 guns, but the only one you can aim is the 105. The 30mm and 20mm are dependent component entirely on the bank of the plane as far as I can tell. But it handles like a C-130 pretty well. The only targeting pod it shows is on the nose, none on the side, and the pilot doesn't get that cool sideways HUD either. But seeing as this is a C-130 mod with the A tacked on, I'll give it a slide. I wasn't able to test multiplayer, but I have seen reports that the multi-crew functionality isn't working anyway. If the only thing you play is DCS, give it a shot. It's kind of cool, at least until the official C-130 module drops.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Yeah, that one's not great. This cinematic gets me pretty fucking hyped. I'm not gonna lie, but it doesn't make any sense, right? Because you see back here, I'm pointing at the screen again. Back here, they're loading a 105, which is where it should be. But then I think the camera pans around and you see there's another 105 at the front with like the same like cage for it to recoil and everything. So that's two 105s on this gunship. There's no 105 cannon in the game. You got a rotary cannon, the Bushmaster or the Bofors, whatever, like an autocannon, and a Hellfire missile. You don't have a 105, yet they're loading two 105s in this cutscene.
Pound. Right. Fire officer, command on that hot switch. We're just getting started here. Solid copy. Pilot, you have the con. Once on station, circle the target. Bring us around. Sir. Com, get me General Shepard. Raj, stand by. Shepard's up, sir. Gold Eagle Actual, this is Shadow 1. How copy?
Loud and clear, Shadow 1. Send traffic.
I had to bail your boys out. Luckily, they have friends in high places.
That's what you...
Get it? His name is Philip Graves. Like fills up graves. Get it? It's
Therefore, tell me something good.
We got a hit on Hassan. Approaching the target location now. We'll get this bastard rolled up for a little talking to.
That's what I like to hear. Report back when Hassan's in the bag.
Roger that. Out here. All shadows, listen up. These guys on the ground, Mexican Special Forces.
See, look at this is another 105 back here, I think. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't see a feed tray coming out. It looks like it has the safety cage around the back there.
4-1, they are your brothers now. Treat them like your own. And let's get this done, yeah? Yeah. All right.
It could be a 30 bell. I don't
Shadow
know.
1, orbiting
But it kind of looks like a 120.
Standing by for vision.
All right, say it with me.
Enemy AC-130 above! Enemy AC-130 above!
Enemy AC-130 above!
Enemy AC-130 above!
Enemy AC-130 above!
Enemy AC-130 above!
That last one just hits different, doesn't it? Random Call of Duty voice actor, if you're watching this, thank you. The AC-130 has been a staple of COD since Modern Warfare in 2007 and has appeared in the majority of games since. At the very least, almost all the ones set in our present timeline are a realistic setting. We're going to be looking at the single player mission in Modern Warfare 2 2022 today. Now, it's not really an AC-130.
It is 2/2/2022, isn't it?
130. For some reason, maybe licensing, the plane is drastically different from a real Hercules. The front of the plane is a bit angular and the wings are slightly...
Somebody called out what the cockpit of this plane is. I don't fucking remember what it is. I think it was Russian. Gotta go study for finals. Bye. Can't wait to see the F-18 video. Right? It'll be, you know, it's in the pipeline. It's on the list. We will get there.
Angled downwards like on a C-17 or C-5, and they're sporting winglets.
Take care, Carnage.
But in practice, it's pretty much an AC-130. There's an odd mismatch in terms of weapon. It sports a 25mm rotary cannon.
Now, that's a bit of a mistake there, right? Fucking Soap here is lassoing with a laser. Brother.
An AC-130. There's an odd mismatch.
See, he's lassoing with a laser right here. And this is a FLIR. And you would not see a laser on a FLIR. You'd see it on IR, but you would not see it here.
In terms of weapon, it sports a 25mm rotary cannon.
Enemy AC-130 below.
and the 30mm Bushmaster and Hellfire missiles, a configuration that doesn't exist in the real world. All that aside, this is the iconic AC-130 support mission. Special Forces raiding a compound, extracting an HVT, and retreating to an extract point, all while needing cover fire and recon. And it's actually pretty fun and intense. The specifics of the plane and the weapons might be a bit off, but it's probably the best of these one-off side missions we've talked about so far. The rebooted Modern Warfare 1 and 2 single-player experiences are both very good, and if you haven't played them yet, I recommend them, and this mission in particular.
Damn, I kind of want to play COD 2019 story now. That shit was fucking good.
Modern Warfare 2019 has been my favorite PvP shooter in recent memory.
Well, the story. I want to do the
that
story
one. You're
again.
not missing much.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo! I didn't go to Vietnam just to have pansies like you take my freedom away from me.
So the joke here, it's not a great joke. I totally admit, but he's talking about Vietnam. There's a Vietnam level in the joke, or in the game. That's it. There's not much else to it. And I like It's Always Sunny, so there's a clip.
You went to Vietnam in 1993 to open up a sweatshop.
And a lot of good men died in that sweatshop.
Oh my God, you're out of your mind.
Look.
I heard about this game a while back, and from my understanding, development has slowed. I actually thought it was abandoned, but I've been informed that the dev is getting back into the swing of it. You can, at the time of writing, still get it on Steam for around $15 if you're interested. It definitely plays like an early access demo. There's no real campaign, just a dozen or so scenarios to load up across 4 maps. It does very faithfully recreate every variant of the AC-130, so there's some variety based on what ship you take. The entire game is played through the FLIR or night vision, no color to be found, and no cabin view. You can very clearly see the edge of each map. I guess they're all about a square kilometer. The camera, again, doesn't lock onto terrain unless you hold T, but that locks the camera, period, and you can't move it when this is activated. The default camera movement is a simulated joystick where you kind of drag it around with the mouse, and personally, this style of control just wasn't it for me.
It sucked. It's really not good. I get why they did it, but I thoroughly did not enjoy it.
There's an option to switch it over to a more conventional mouse control, thankfully. I appreciate the attention to detail in the few scenarios that are presented. The more scripted ones feature surprisingly good voice actors to communicate over the radio. Car engines will glow on the FLIR when they're started. The Vietnam era missions feature regular night vision rather than FLIR, and the HUD looks accurate to what I've seen in the real world. While this isn't the AC-130 game, with an entire campaign with you as the gunship's triggerman, this is a solid, accurate representation of the experience for pretty cheap.
Hey, that's pretty good.
The joke here is that it's a VR game. That's it. They weren't great intros on this one, and this song's a banger.
Okay, this game is fucking cool. I really, really wish this kind of gameplay was ported over to VTOL VR in some way. The vibes are very similar. It's like if VTOL and Five Nights had a baby. Angel of Death is an indie project that lets you be an AC-130 gunner in VR. Just like in VTOL, you can reach out and touch all the switches you see in the cabin to operate the systems of the gunner position. It's still in very early stages. The demo isn't even up at Steam at the moment. The only real scripted content is a tutorial, and there's a little segment where you protect some dudes from zombies, which is actually something that's in Project Gunship too. You can play it flat screen too if you want to check it out and don't have a toaster to slap on your face. The link to the Discord for the game is down in the description, and please show these guys some love. I'd be stoked to see this thing turn into a bigger project.
For a brick, he flew pretty good.
But wait, we did Arma? I thought already. How are we back?
God damn it, Arma. When I started thinking about this video,
That's crazy.
This was the first one that came to mind other than Call of Duty. I've played around with this a bit in single-player scenarios before, and yeah, turns out this is the best AC-130.
I've used this thing so much now in big multiplayer ops to very good effect. It's It's so fucking good.
Gaming for a couple reasons. For one, every station on this thing can be managed by a person. You can have a full crew on this thing: pilot, co-pilot, EW officer, navigator, weapons system officer, etc. While that sounds all good and fun, you can actually pretty much solo this thing too. The mod creators had very wrinkly brains when they thought this up. As you get airborne, you can tell an autopilot where to perform a pylon turn. You can choose the orbit point, target altitude, target speed, and what direction you want to turn. And here's a hint: you want it to turn counterclockwise, otherwise your weapons aren't pointed at the ground. And the autopilot is actually very reliable in achieving the orbit you want, which frees you up to fire the guns. The targeting pod works much like the other ones in Arma, but since you don't have to fly the plane, it's actually not a big deal. It does give you an indicator if your angle is out of the weapon's gimbal, which is super handy. You have to zero weapons too, which is the first time we've seen that mechanic in any of these games as far as I know. The plane in question is a Spooky, so you have the classic 20mm, 40mm, and 105mm. The model looks incredible, especially for Arma, and the interior of the cargo bay is even represented. The weapons control center is just an empty box, but when you man the gun, you can see all the controls. Somehow, the USAF mod team has made the best AC-130 in gaming. I don't know how everybody else was able to fumble so bad, but these guys nailed it.
And I gotta tell you, it was perfect.
It was fucking perfect.
Perfect. Everything, down to the last
love that mod.
Details.
Still today, that's the
Closing
best
thoughts on the AC-130 because I didn't have room to mention them earlier. I've heard stories, no idea if they're true or not, of former AC-130 gunners getting flashbacks and triggering PTSD episodes after seeing AC-130 gameplay, specifically from Call of Duty. Since it's already on a screen and the image in question is usually lower resolution, I could certainly see that being a possibility. It's become an iconic part of military games and real-world military aviation. There's such a small number of these planes out there flying missions that if you know you have one overhead looking out for you, it's something special. You know, I'm not sure the exact reason the AC-130 seems to have a better record than the A-10. Less overall airframes, the pylon turn versus strafing run, dedicated gunners. I can't say I'm not an expert, I'm just an idiot with a YouTube channel. But both the numbers and experience of service members supported by orbiting gunships seem to indicate that they did a much better job in terms of percentage, maybe not overall numbers, than the A-10 did. So it gets the very prestigious and rare award of better than the A-10. As always, thank you so much for watching. At the time of writing, about 5,000 of you have subscribed since I started this series, and I have a lot more planned. So if you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing. I'm 100% sure I got stuff wrong. So if you notice something, please leave a comment letting me know, and I'll have a pinned comment with corrections down there too. Check out the F-35 and A-10 videos if you haven't already, and stay tuned for the next one. Take care.
Why are the wings coming out, man?
Damn, we got F-14 already? I thought that one was later. All right. So, what new AC-130s have come out? Obviously, the big one is nuclear option with the Tarantula, which is so fucking cool. I love that aircraft. I love that some kind of heavy lift cargo logistics aircraft is in the game. I will say that the cannon on it, I'm not great with it. Not to the point where I feel like it's super duper effective. It does have, like, you can carry like 50 AGM-48s or something like that, the Hellfire equivalents. You can carry so many in that huge launcher. I feel like that is more useful 9 times out of 10 than the cannon. But I really like the cannon is still there. The Tarantula is fantastic. I want something exactly like that in VTOL VR. And someone's actually making a mod. I think it's like the AV88 or something like that. It's like a super heavy AV42. Maybe it's a 48. I forget. Someone's making a mod for it, though. When that mod does come out, I am going to make a dedicated video talking about that mod. And that is going to have some gunship capability, which is going to be pretty cool, as well as like other like logistic capability. At least that's what he claims. The other big one is GTA. I haven't played the GTA one yet. I keep meaning to get on and check it out, but I haven't yet. I've heard mixed things about it. I've heard it's really fucking good. I've also heard you have to fly so low to be within gun range for it that it's borderline not useful. So, and take that one with a grain of salt. GTA already had a really good C-130. I think it's called the Pegasus. No, not Pegasus. What the fuck's it called? The Titan. The Titan. They already had a pretty good representation of a C-130, so adding the gun to it seemed like a no-brainer. Back a while ago, they had like a B-29 kind of thing that worked really well for a similar kind of thing. It had like autocannons and, on like a top turret, bottom turret, and a tail turret. And if you just turn to the side, you could kind of do pylon turn strafe runs with it. That was somewhat effective, but honestly, the most effective version of that kind of like hovering gunship with autocannons in GTA is the Avenger, the Osprey, because it has top turret, tail turret, and a belly turret, all of which can be autocannons. And if you just hover over somebody, you can bully them into submission with that thing pretty insanely. And it's super durable. It can take a lot of damage, or at least back in the day it could. I don't know if it's gotten nerfed or anything since, but it's garbage, Uncle Jim. All right, good to know. Good to know that not missing out too much on that one. And then, of course, DCS added an official C-130J module. From what I've seen, like I said, it has not included an AC-130 variant with any guns on the side, but I don't know, maybe they can mod that in and make an AC-130J Ghost Rider with stuff like that. All right, man, we're 3 down and we're 3 hours in. That's crazy. All right, F-14. F-14, I actually commissioned the Top Gun themes for. The lo-fi Top Gun theme, Take My Breath Away and stuff like that. And those are some of my favorite songs that I have in my library. Let me tell you, that shit is cool. All right, we'll get through this. This intro was sick. This gives me chills a little bit.
Good morning.
Ooh, so good.
Music is a huge part of my life. It wasn't always, though, not until I got Rock Band for the 360 back when I was in high school. I really, really liked the drums on there. Rock Band actually taught me how to play the drums for real and eventually got me into a band when I was 17. We had to sneak my baby face into bars.
This is a picture from far away. This is me at 19 opening for Fear. I don't know if you guys know who Fear are. They're like a punk band from like the 70s. I played drums in front of like 3,000 people right here. It was a good fucking night.
Play every Saturday until I turned 21.
My band's name, if you can kind of make it out there, was called A Good Pounding.
Since then, music has always been a really active experience for me. I can't not help play the drums in my head to whatever song I'm listening to. And maybe this is just a me thing, but when I think of some of my favorite artists and bands, I usually think of one song that is the definitive that band's song. Maybe not their best song, but the one that I associate with them. Like for Metallica, it's Enter Sandman. Creedence Clearwater, Bon Jovi, Dead or Alive.
I'm not super happy with the audio editing here. I probably would have done it a little differently had I if I was going to remake this today.
I write down Kenny Loggins, Britney Spears, My Chemical Romance, Welcome to the Finger Death Match, Turn Harder, Better, John No Money. I could go on. And for a lot of people, if you ask them the same kind of thing about fighter jets, the Tomcat would be their answer. The F-14 is a staple of military aviation history and an iconic plane known throughout the world. Replacing the F-4 Phantom and paving the road for the F-18 and F-35, the F-14 became the Navy's main fighter interceptor in the mid-70s and was even still in service with the U.S. up until 2006. Iran, the only other country to operate the Kitty Cat, still does to this day. For those of you that
a lot of them got blown up, though.
That are unfamiliar.
I actually heard that some of the Tomcats that got blasted a couple months ago were actually decoys, like inflatable decoys.
With the plane, here's a brief overview of the F-14.
I have no idea if that's true, but that's what I heard.
It's a twin-seat, twin-engine, carrier-based, variable geometry air superiority fighter and fleet defense interceptor. Much later in its life, it was equipped with ground attack munitions and a targeting pod. It carries AIM-9 Sidewinders, AIM-7 Sparrows, AIM-120 AMRAAMs, AIM-54 Phoenixes, and an M61 Vulcan 20mm cannon. It could also carry MK-80-84 bombs, as well as laser and GPS-guided bombs. Now, this thing didn't...
Now, the AIM-120 there, right? It's technically true, but it's not really in practice. I'm going to be honest. I just didn't do my full research on that. I saw a picture of a F-14 launching an AIM-120. And I thought, oh, cool. I didn't know it could take the AIM-120. Threw it in the script. They did it like once as a test, but it never did it in any operational capacity. So
just come out of a vacuum. Originally, the Navy and Air Force were being made to play nice by this dude, Bob Mac and Cheese or something.
That's a funny fucking joke, Bob Mac and Cheese. I am very proud of that one.
Wanted the F-35, but in the 70s. He started by making the Air Force adopt the F-4 and later started the Tactical Fighter Experimental, or TFX, program, which was set up to find a general-purpose aircraft that both the Air Force and Navy could share. And in 1962, it shot out one of my favorite planes, the F-111 Arvo. Both the Navy and Air Force submitted a wish list to the TFX program, and somehow at first, both branches agreed on the feature set of the F-111. The Navy, for example, wanted it to be side-by-side seating rather than tandem, and an escape pod as opposed to ejection seats. The F-111 had these, and the A variant was adopted by the Air Force. But before the Navy's B variant went into production, they backed out because its vibes were just off.
And they pussied out. They made all these concessions, made all these demands, and then they pussied out. Sons of bitches.
They went with a somewhat similar design that ended up being the F-14. I find it fucking hilarious that the F-14 didn't even keep the side-by-side seating or the escape pod, despite those being something the Navy was fighting for. Now, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. I don't really like the F-14. I know, this is the A-10 all over again. I think it gets a lot of hype because, yeah, it's pretty cool. I guess a lot of people in the 70s and 80s liked it for the same reason I gush about the F-35B. It's a fucking transformer. And by the time the 80s had rolled around and Top Gun had hit theaters, it was Jover. The F-14 wasn't just the Navy's fighter jet, it was America's fighter jet.
What are they in Top Gun? MiG-27s? Or something, but they're just F5s.
At least to the layman.
Is it MiG-28? It's some MiG number that doesn't exist.
Public. Truth of the matter is, the F-14 had a ton of issues. Most notably, its engines. The original power plant pairing was horrible. The maintenance crews had to reinforce parts of the jet and keep more spare parts on hand than usually would. Compressor stalls were extremely common, caused by almost any disturbance in airflow, such as from the exhaust of the jet's own missiles after firing, or jet wash from other F-14s, just like what took our boy Goose out.
So that point of compressor stalls being extremely common, they were a little bit at first, but it seems like their commonality, is that a word? How common they were might be a little over exaggerated. It still did happen, but it wasn't a huge problem, and it was ironed out relatively quickly in the airframe's lifespan. So there's a correction for you.
It took almost 10 years to fix these issues by replacing the engines of the F-14. Coupled with that, there's another baked-in issue when it comes to the plane, and that's the swing wing itself. You see, all swing wing aircraft have this issue, the F-111 and B-1 included. The systems required for moving the airfoils are very heavy, very expensive, very complex, very temperamental. They require a ton of maintenance hours, and the fluid used in the hydraulics can be very dangerous. I know that the biggest drawback to running the F-111 was its maintenance, costing up to a fourth of the Air Force's maintenance budget. And the F-14 is no different, requiring up to 60 hours of maintenance per flight hour. Compare that to the F-18, the F-14's replacement, at just 20. There's a reason we don't see swing-wing aircraft nowadays. The upkeep just isn't worth it. Improvements in fly-by-wire and unstable designs found in planes like the F-16 proved to be just as effective with all the weight and maintenance that a swing-wing required, so they were phased out. Also worth noting, the wings can get locked in an asymmetrical wing suite, but...
So, this, right? This is the famous picture of that happening. it never happened in any operational context. This was a test to see how the plane would fly with asymmetrically locked wings. So it's not really a thing. This is pretty much the only time it happened, and it was fine. So yes, it didn't down an aircraft, but it didn't ever really happen.
From what I've read, this has never downed an airframe. It's a super cool idea, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't worth it as technology advanced. And for some reason, Russia is trying to bring it back.
So when I say, I've gotten some comments on this, so I do want to address it. When I say Russia wants to bring it back, these are what the Tu-160s, I think. I don't know Russian bombers that well, but they are, when I say bringing it back, yes, this is an older design. Russia is now manufacturing new airframes of this fucker. So that's what I mean by bringing it back. We don't build B-1s. We don't build F-14s, obviously. We don't build Aardvarks, obviously. I don't think they build Tornadoes anymore. I think they stopped that a while ago. So nobody is building new swing wing airframes except Russia. So that's what I mean when I say Russia's trying to bring it back. People in the comments in the original video post before I fucking deleted it, they were confused about what I meant by that.
Now, the F-14 is a big plane, and after it's got its updated engines, it was a fast plane too. One of its primary roles was as a fleet defense interceptor, meaning if bombers were detected heading towards the carrier group, the F-14 would take off, Naruto...
I don't know how many people caught that, but I put the Naruto running kid in there, and I think it's fucking funny.
Run over to the bombers and hit them with AIM-54s. A quick note about the AIM-54, while they're the longest range air-to-air missile for the time, they're not super maneuverable. If a fighter knew it was being locked, it could probably do something about it, but a big, heavy, slow bomber, that's the bread and butter of the 54. It could also shoot down anti-ship cruise missiles the Soviet had in their stores. Note that from what I found in my research, it never performed this role, only shooting down a few Libyan MiGs while in service with the US Navy and also flipping them off just like in Top Gun. In addition to being an
it puts it back to go faster. It's a Naruto run.
Interceptor, it was also a fighter, but it was even a good dogfighter, not only outturning the F-4 that it replaced, but the F-16 and F-15 as well.
So this chart's a little misleading, and that's just because I'm a big dumb idiot. It does not outturn the F-15, as you can see there, or the F-16, as you can see. It's a little misleading in the graph, but the F-16 still barely does outturn it at 14.2 degrees per second, and the F-14 is 14.1 degrees per second. So it doesn't outturn the F-16.
But by the time the F-14 was coming into service, dogfights like we saw in World War II and Vietnam were becoming a thing of the past, a dying art form with one foot in the grave. And the Iranians sealed that coffin, put it in the ground, and placed its headstone. During the 80s, Iran went to war with Iraq. Due to a coup that had taken place prior to the conflict, almost all of Iran's pilots were rookies. As far as I can tell, none had any combat experience. Iraq, however, had veteran pilots flying MiG-21s and 23s, as well as Su-20s and 22s, all of which were very capable dogfighters. Before Iran's coup, they had bought around 80 F-14s, and the rookie pilots used the AIM-54 long-range missiles to shoot down Iraqi pilots without the Iraqis even knowing what the hell was going on. They actually voluntarily grounded themselves because they thought Iran had sabotaged their planes. This was the birth of BVR, or Beyond Visual Range Air Combat. To this day, this is the dominant form of air-to-air battles. Dogfights don't really occur because you can detect, fire, and kill enemy planes before you can even see them, and it all started with the Tomcat. Just for reference, the effective range of a gun on a fighter is typically around 1,000 meters, or about half a nautical mile. The AIM-9 Sidewinder heat-seeking missiles are effective to 1 to 2 nautical miles, maybe further. These are dogfight weapons. The longest range kill on record of the AIM-54 is 110 nautical miles. This was the future, and this is our present. Now, let's get a little bit more technical about the big features of this plane. It can go from T-pose to Dorito, and I admit, kind of cool. But why would you want to do that in the first place? Well, it has a lot to do with speed and altitude. I won't get too aerospace engineering on you guys, because if you're anything like me, you're not that smart. So back...
It's true, I'm not that smart.
Back in the day, in post-World War II Cold War era, the design philosophy was if you want to go fast, you gotta go high and sweep the wings back. If you don't, them shits would snap off when you tried to turn too fast. If you want to turn fast at lower altitudes, the wings should be more out to give more lift at slower speeds, otherwise you wouldn't even get off the ground. So if you wanted a plane that could do both, just make the wings change shape. Lots of planes did this back then. The F-111, the Mirage G, a few Tornadoes. So
I say a few Tornadoes. It's every Tornado. All the Tornadoes do that.
17 and Su-24, a few of the MiGs, and as I said before, the B-1, which is the only current plane in service with the US that has variable geometry wings. Swing wings can also help cross-sectional area to help with transonic and supersonic performance. A few more notes on the Tomcat before we get into video games.
Look at the height difference between these two fucking dudes. If this is not fucking Maverick and Goose, if I ever saw them, the dude on the right could suck the dude on the left's nipples without bending over at all.
This sumbitch is huge. It's bigger than F-15, F-16, F-18, A-10, F-22, and F-35. Like, when it's refueling, it looks like it's about half the size of the tanker. The high-set bubble canopy offers the operators a great field of view, although the way the front is set up, it can be somewhat obscured. I also didn't mention before, but I'm assuming you know that the pilot sits up front and the RIO sits in the back. RIO stands for Radar Intercept Officer, as opposed to WISO, or Weapons System Officer in more modern jets. The RIO would be responsible for tracking on radar and calling out targets for the pilot, while the WISO nowadays runs both the radar and weapon systems. And I touched on this earlier, but while most of its life it was a fighter interceptor, in the 90s it was retrofitted to perform ground attack in the Gulf War, but it didn't do too much. Okay, I think that's enough.
It did a considerable amount, but when you compare it to stuff like the F-16, F-15, F-111, it did not do that much. Some people called me out for that, and like, yeah, it did like some, but it did not do any heavy lifting in terms of ground attack.
About the real world. The real world is depressing and complicated. It scares me. Video games are fun and cool, and I get to save the world. Let's talk about those. Now, I think the Tomcat might have hit the record for the most featured plane in video games I've seen. It's a huge list. I'm going to showcase the big ones, my usual go-tos, but let's quickly take a little peek at the history of the F-14 in video games.
This song goes so fucking hard. I hate country, but goddamn, it's just, this is the best country song I ever heard.
What a beautiful wedding, says a bridesmaid to a waiter. What a shame. Poor Green's bride is a whore. I chime in with a habit you people ever heard of. Closing the goddamn door. Better to face these kind of things with another Miller Lite up on the porch. Yeah, haven't you people ever heard of closing the daggone door? No, it's much better to face these kind of things with a sense of
EF-24, my beloved. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh, well, in fact, if you look at it this way, technically I'm married to say. Well, this calls for a toast, so pour the champagne, pour the champagne.
Oh no, he's attacking a 767.
I mean, look at it this way. I mean, technically
Mobius 1, no.
this calls for a toast, so pour the champagne.
The and many more, that's kind of, I don't really like that. I probably wouldn't put that in nowadays. It's very high school PowerPoint. This cover goes so fucking hard.
And thank God we can play a good Ace Combat this time. We're back in Shattered Skies today to take a look at the F-14D. To start off, I learned something. In the F-35 video, I said you only use the carrier once in the game, but it turns out if you fly the F-14, you take off from and land on carriers sometimes. I was actually kind of surprised, especially since you fly the carrier version of the F-35. You would think it would get the carrier operations too, but nope. As far as the model goes here, it looks very nice. You have a solid choice of liveries, including the VFA 103 Jolly Roger one, one.
So I think I got that squadron incorrect. I can't remember the exact specifics of it. I think it might just be VF, not VFA. But it's what I said was not entirely correct.
Which goes incredibly hard. For loadouts, you can carry AIM-54s, GBU-24 2,000-pound laser-guided bombs, or AIM-120s, as well as the Ace Combat Universal AIM-9s. When you select the 54s, it shows 6 on your hard points, but you can only ever launch 2 at a time before it recharges up. And the AIM-120s are housed in this weird coffin-style pod, which I've seen on other planes in Ace Combat, but also in Arma, so I'm not sure if this is even a real thing or not. Please let me know in the comments.
So the coffin pods, right? Apparently, they are a weapon system that was developed by Boeing to allow for extra external, like quote unquote, external hard points for lower visibility, right? So it's you could tell they have like kind of chamfered edges to them. You could coat them in ram coating, so you could maintain stealth and still carry, you know, a significant amount of payload. Other than your internal stores for stuff like an F-22 and F-35, stuff like that. I think they originally developed for the F-18, which has a pretty decent RCS. I guess the F-18 and the Su-57, which is supposed to be a stealth fighter, have very similar RCS when you just take into account their geometry. Anyway, so that was what they were developed for. And they got canceled like 2 years ago. I think they didn't go into production, but up until recently they were in development and planned on being a thing, but eventually they got shut down. You don't like the coffin pods? I think they look kind of cool. But you know, I'm a weirdo.
Also, AIM-120s and Ace Combat will lock onto multiple targets at once, up to 8. Talk about spam RAM. You have a Rio in the back, but he doesn't seem to do much or anything. There's no wing sweep setting. It's always on auto, and it feels like you go Dorito mode way earlier than I would. I really like the Tomcat with a mid sweep for general maneuvers, and that just isn't possible here. It's all or nothing. Again, back in the F-35 video, when I said most jets feel like they're basically the same other than the looks and the weapons, that's definitely on display here. If there are any main differences in performance, I can't tell just from playing the game. I feel like you couldn't call yourself an Ace Combat game without including a few key airframes, and F-14 is definitely one of them. If you want to be an anime pro tag in a Tomcat, this is the game for you.
Goodness gracious, great balls of fire! Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in
I like to collect Smash Mouth All-Star covers in different songs. So this is the Dragon Ball Super theme with All-Star. I had to speed it up to avoid copyright on it, so it doesn't sound great.
She was looking kind of dumb with a finger and a thumb and the shape of it out on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't start coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense, nothing here for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. And all that glitter is gone. Only shooting stars break on my world. And all that glitter is gone. Only shooting stars break on my world.
If
That
you
little
want to be an anime
the little
protagonist
squeak
Tomcat
there, I
in
love.
VR, then Project Wingman is the actual game for you. This isn't an Ace Combat clone, it's a love letter to the series. This game was also made by like 3 brothers when they were in high school or something, which is wild. Anyway, the F-14 in here. I believe for copyright or licensing reasons, the names of all the jets are slightly different, so we have the FD-14 today. The cockpit here is pretty different to an actual F-14. All the buttons and switches are on the larger side. The RWR is Russian for some reason, but the radar and targeting screens seem to be in the right spot.
So I believe you correct me if I'm wrong, Project Wingman fans. I believe that the explanation for the kind of hodgepodge and like weird cockpits is that in this post-apocalyptic world, these planes have kind of been hobbled together from, you know, whatever available parts there are. And that's why they're named different things, because it's not an F-14, you know, B or D or whatever. It's its own new airframe that looks a lot like an F-14, but it is slightly different because it's been pieced together from whatever's available after the fucking end of humanity.
Best thing about flying any two-seat jet in Project Wingman is your Wizzo Perez.
It's not Perez. It's Prez. And I apologize profusely for getting that wrong.
Now, you never actually see her in game, but the fan art is definitely top tier.
I've also seen multiple fan arts of her, and I like this one the best. This is what I picture her as.
Placing her as the best jet waifu I've seen in gaming so far. The FD-14, much like the...
But what's her face from the new Ace Combat might give her a run for the money. We'll see. I can't even remember her name right now.
Real world
Sasha, something like that. I don't know.
F-14 is best suited for air-to-air roles. It can carry the standard AIM-9, but also for ground stuff, just like we see in Ace Combat, as well as a higher velocity version. It comes with the AIM-120s that are up to 4-tracking multi-lock, which again is also how they behave in Ace Combat. It can also carry dumb bombs that launch in triplets, but they seemed a lot less effective than just using the standard missiles for ground attack. The wing.
So with the weapons here, it can carry more weapons than that. I didn't really know the nuances of selecting weapons in Project Wingman at this point, because each pylon has different options. So I think there are some other options available too for it that I just missed.
Sweep here is also 100% automated unless you're landing or fully killing the throttle. Your wings always look like the cleaning lady was there. Project Wingman is an incredible arcade flight sim.
They're swept. Get it? The cleaning lady was there. The wings are swept.
And the full VR support is amazing. Ace Combat needs to add this to the next installment. The story is genuinely pretty interesting, the music is fire, and the gameplay is solid. If you watch my videos, I bet you enjoy the hell out of the game.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, you kill me.
I went from using clips to rate the games here, and I just started putting in funny Top Gun things. Which, I don't know. Top Gun, hey, nostalgia.
Your reputation precedes you.
Oh, this is fucking funny.
Thank you, sir. Wasn't a compliment.
So you can't really
That's
buy your
fucking
way
funny,
into an
dude.
F-14 in War Thunder. Well, you kind of can, but you still need to play 400 to 500 games from what I understand, and ain't no way I'm doing all that. So a huge, huge shout out to DeWins for granting me
Thanks,
access to
DeWins.
his account for this. War Thunder so far has done a pretty good job of incorporating planes into their game, and the F-14 here is no exception. We have an F-14B, but there was a recent in-game event that introduced the Iranian version too with its own weapons. loadout.
Recent.
When I
That's how
first
long
loaded up
ago
a
this
test flight,
was.
I was pleasantly surprised to find it starts you on the carrier. This is the first quote-unquote realistic handling one we've seen so far, and the first that has a manual wing sweep control. You can even tear them off if you turn too hard while they're extended. The weapons are everything you would expect from an early F-14, AIM-9s, AIM-7s, and AIM-54s. I'll be honest, the radar took a little getting used to. I only managed to lock up a target 2 or 3 times, but never scored a radar kill, or any PvP kill for that matter. I sucked, which from what I read is to be expected. In the comments of the A10 video, I was informed your first few matches are against bots, so all my confidence went away then and there. And
Yup.
it was validated in the realistic battles I played in the Tomcat. But my PvP performance doesn't change the fact that this is still a pretty good F-14. It's not the most realistic, there's no clickable cockpit, the systems are very simplified, but it's still better than I would have guessed. The snail continues to surprise me.
All right, that's enough. Brewster, that's enough.
This is unrealistic because they would never tell me that that's enough. It's never enough. I could always give more.
Use it around. Oh, it's fine.
Game window not in focus.
Fuck me.
So all I did there was just fly by them and give them a sonic boom while they're on the deck. It's not the best intro. It could have been better.
VTOL, my beloved. back after the AH-94 DLC was released, Baja said 2 new aircraft were under development. One would be a trainer and one would be focused around electronic warfare. Now, before the trainer came out, I thought it would be a good idea to have the pilot and instructor seats be side by side so the instructor could directly point at stuff in the cockpit while teaching. But instead we got the T-55, which has actually become my second favorite aircraft to fly in VTOL. It ended up being a tandem seat based on the T-50, which is a trainer based off the F-16. In fact, the T-55 is the aircraft that is closest to its real-world counterpart in VTOL. It's also a fairly capable light attack aircraft. After that, I really hoped the EW aircraft wouldn't be tandem-seated too. This was the perfect opportunity for an EF-111-ish side-by-side seated support aircraft, or even a heavy airframe like an AWAC.
I almost fucking hit that thing, dude. I almost flew right into it.
But my dreams were dashed, and we got the EF-24G Mr. Jamcat. It's called the Jamcat.
Yes,
now,
it
this
is.
thing is pretty much just an F-14EX with a large F-35-esque PCD screen and TSD. It's the first aircraft in VTOL where only one crew member has flight controls. The EWO, or Electronic Warfare Officer, can't fly at all. As far as weapons goes, it's focused on SEED or DEED, meaning either suppression or destruction of enemy air defenses, as most of its air-to-ground munitions consist of anti-radiation missiles, although it can carry a targeting pod for use with some laser-guided and GPS bombs. It lacks any optically guided missiles like the AGM-65 or 145, which is done for balance, but it's a big negative in my
I fucking hate it because of that. Give me my Mavericks, Baja.
opinion. For air-to-air, it can carry AIM-7 Sparrows, Ares-Ts, AIM-9s, AIM-120Ds, and AIM-54s, all of which perform as you'd expect, although radar ranges aren't as far as they are in the real world due to max map size being not as big as something like DCS. Now for the EW part of it. The homie in the back focuses on cyberbullying other aircraft or ground-based radar with up to 4 jammers you can sling on the pylons. EW warfare in VTOL is the most advanced of any game as far as I'm aware, including DCS. There's several bands of frequency that you can jam on depending on the target. The man in the back also manages.
The Malds are cool. I really dig the idea of the Malds. I've never used them in any meaningful capacity, but they're cool.
The ADM-160J Malds, which are multi-purpose drone cruise missiles that can triangulate radiation sources, jam targets themselves, or emit decoy RCS signatures to hide the real friendlies in a cloud of fakes. All of this can be done by the pilot up front too, but EW is a very heavy task load, and not having to worry about flying while managing it is crucial if it's to be used effectively. Trying to jam an incoming missile while simultaneously attempting to evade just isn't the play. A few other notes on the Jamcat: it's actually an SR-71 in disguise. It is by far the fastest and highest flying aircraft in the game, able to hit speeds of 1,000 knots and altitudes of 65,000 feet, but I think you could push it to 70. It's thirsty too. You'll be emptying your drop tanks in under 2 minutes at full burner. That's all on par with the real F-14, but in terms of VTOL VR speeds, it's insane. And yes, you can rip the wings off if you pull too hard. While I might not like the F-14 that much,
I mean, yeah, but I also mostly play PvE, and I feel like they're not as useful in PvE. In PvP, they're probably pretty overpowered. Oh yeah, we remade the Top Gun thing here too, which is kind of cool.
Or the EF-24G. At least I got to feature VTOL VR in another video. Seriously, if you like flight sims, you owe it to yourself to play this game.
I am good, Rooster. I'm very good.
It is very good. Man, now it's got me double guessing because it's
so there's a
been
few F-14
3 hours.
modules and
Did I spell it Miracrosoft?
I wasn't sure which one I wanted.
In the
I prefer
F-35
more
video?
modern aircraft, so I was attracted to the D variant. But there was a pack with both the A and B versions that was co-developed by IFE, who made the F-35
I was just going to say simulator. I thought that too.
It was also developed by Heatblur.
It's something weird about the way
it and F4 modules in DCS, and there are a lot of similarities, including Jester, who we'll touch on in a bit. The cockpit in this thing is pretty robust in terms of clickability. It also includes several cool liveries, including the good old Jolly Roger. Wing sweep is controlled by the flap setting, so you do have full authority over where they are. If you want to splurge a little bit more, there is a super carrier pack that I think any plane can utilize, and it really gives that full Tomcat experience. Flying this thing around and checking out the cockpit in MS Flight Sim was actually kind of a nice familiarization before taking the plunge into DCS. It certainly made it much less intimidating. It's still very hard to beat the views in this sim.
So this is going to be like the dumbest tangent right here.
Side-by-side comparisons online sometime.
For those, I don't know if anyone here watches Corridor Digital stuff, because I do. I'm a big fan of Corridor. And they did a video a while ago where they wanted to launch a 360 camera out of like an air cannon and get like a mortar shot, like POV kind of. And they did it a couple of times. They did it there's this old abandoned water park just outside of Los Angeles called Rockahula. I say just outside. It's like halfway between Vegas and Los Angeles. I've airsofted there before. I don't think I have any footage of it, but they did it there and it didn't work. And then they came, I'm flying around in LA right here. Then they came to this fucking reservoir and they like were out here and they launched it over the levee into the reservoir here and they fucking lost it. And I was just randomly flying through LA and I realized, like, I think they put out that video right as I was making this video. And I realized, oh shit, I flew right over where they are. That's all. That's the tangent.
And I couldn't tell you which is real and which is fake. And even if most planes I cover in MS Flight Sim aren't full fidelity, it's still one of my favorite ways to take a joyride in a plane.
You still suck at carrier ops? It's not that hard. You just put the prograde marker on the wires, fly into it.
Once I give you the signal for air, you're gonna flip this switch until the needle gets to 120. When the engine starts, you gotta pull out the pins and disconnect everything. You understand? Yeah. Yes!
You can work with the 45, but that's like easy mode. Yeah, put in the 45 into like a 45-degree thrust vectoring and flying real slow makes it super easy. Also, everything he does there has nothing to do with the startup, which is kind of funny. He's just hitting
surprise,
random
surprise.
shit.
DCS is at the end of the list. I'll be honest, this one was a little intimidating. I heard this thing was somewhat difficult to fly when compared to some other modules like the F-16 or F-A-18, so I might have hyped myself up a bit, but turns out I managed it better than I thought for just jumping in and giving it a go. We have the F-14B here, made by Heatblur, as mentioned earlier. And yeah, this thing feels like a boomer jet flying around in the 70s. Now, while you can have a whole ass actual person as your Rio in the back, if you have no friends, they'll give you Jester. Jester is an AI Rio. You can have auto lock up and call out targets, and he'll even talk shit about your flying, including prematurely ejecting at the slightest hint of a dive. In less than an hour, I was flying this thing like I knew what I was doing, but in all fairness, I had chat helping me out. By the way, if you didn't know, while I'm testing games and getting my initial impressions for these videos, I usually stream, so...
Remember when I used to stream like 3 or 4 times a week, guys? I fucking miss that. I do not have the energy or time to do that anymore, but it was a good time. Thank you. If let's see, do I recognize any names in this chat? DeWins is there, but yeah, I miss streaming on a regular basis. Hopefully, we'll get to be able to do it again one day.
If you want to come cringe at me learning DCS planes in the future, make sure you're subscribed. I also picked up the Super Carrier module for this since it's a naval aircraft and carrier operations here weren't as bad as I thought either.
Textbook
landing
landing
perfectly on 3-wire first try. No, don't go look at the live. Just trust me. With Jester running radar, Fox 3s were pretty easy.
Do you see
to
the
get
bounce
off.
on
Most
that
of the
thing?
experience I had in DCS had been the A10, and the F-14 here was more fun to fly than the Hog, dare I say. So DCS pilots, I hope you all feel validated because you have the best F-14 in gaming. Now, there's a reason this plane is so popular, and that's almost entirely due to Top Gun.
True.
I'll admit, I love Top Gun. I really love the new one, too. Maybe even a little bit more. But the fact of the matter is the way it's...
Chat, Top Gun 1 or 2? I need answers. I think 2 is a better movie, if I'm being totally honest.
portrayed in the movies just isn't really reality. It was a high-speed interceptor that was great at BVR, and while dogfighting is an important skill military pilots should know, just in case it ever comes up, that's not how air combat is now, and that started with the Tomcat. After the plane was retired in 2006, the US ended up shredding most of them as to not allow replacement parts to find their way to Iran. There are a few in museums, and Iran still has a handful, but that's all that's left of the Boomer jet. As always, thank you for watching. During my research for this video, and maybe this is just me being bad at research, I found it.
The youngsters were much more charming. They are. Unless you mean the youngsters like when they're young in the first one.
Kind of hard to find reliable sources. A lot of this plane is shrouded in legend and myth. So always, if I got something wrong, please yell at me in the comments. Tell me I have no idea what I'm talking.
Ruby is howling again.
About and how I should show some more respect to these planes I'm making videos about. Yes, I've been told to respect inanimate objects from the 70s. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing.
2 felt a lot less realistic in my opinion, especially the way the cannon sounded. Yeah, 2 had a lot of glaring things. Here's a question. Why didn't they just use the Tomahawk missiles on the bunkers? Why? Well, you know, so they had to write out the F-35 because it's not twin seat. That's the real reason they had to use F-18s, so they could sit in the back.
I have a lot more of these coming out, and I'm actually on my way to doing this full time, if you can believe it. I'm also going to set up a Discord for you guys, because I guess that's what you do if you're a YouTuber. So look for that when we hit 10K.
Hey, that Discord's out. It's linked in the description of this live if you're not in there.
Okay, subs. I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
There we go. Why is there a bunch of extra at the end of this one? I don't think I put anything. That's weird. All right. Another one's down. We have done 4 in 4 hours. These are taking a lot longer than I thought. If I'm going to be honest, chat, I don't think we're going to get through all of these tonight. We're probably going to go for about 6 hours. So that'll get us at least the F-22, and then we might come back and do the rest another weekend. Because this is taking fucking longer than I thought. Goddamn. Oh, whoops. We just did the F-14. All right. If I had to pick a favorite, video, it's probably this one. Ain't nobody watched this shit. How many views this got? This got 11,000 views. That's not many. But I really like it. You watch them all? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure most people in this chat right now watch them. But when I look at the analytics of it, this is one of my lowest performing videos, but it is one of my favorites, if not my favorite. So here we go.
Why do you always do this?
Because I'm always bored.
Is he? Oh, this is totally nerve-wracking. How are you bored?
Don't engage him.
Because I've been lying in scorpion piss for 2 hours in the sun-blasted shithole, which is Texas, waiting for a stupid truck stuffed with smallish brown people who just want a job.
And probably Mexican cartel gunmen. What'd I just say?
Big whoop. I'm spooning a Barrett 50 cal. I could kill a building.
If you've watched any of my videos, I bet you could guess I'm a big fan of milsim, or military simulation. Pretty much role-playing as if you're in the military for a game. Arma, DCS, VTOL, all these games can be played just as a game, but when you take it that extra step at a
82 or 107, 107.
Real-world tactics, and even a character you're playing, it can jump the immersion up by a large factor. My interest in milsim didn't start in gaming though. Back when I was growing up, I just didn't have the kind of PC hardware to participate, but airsoft was incredibly popular. I started out just shooting my friends out in the woods, but eventually started going to proper organized.
That's why I named this the Barrett in gaming, because really M82A1 and M107 are basically the A1 and the M107, they're basically the same thing. It's kind of like AR-15 and M4. It's just one's a military designation for it.
Fields, and eventually
I think like the M107 is what the Army calls it, but the M82A1 is what the Marines call it.
Big multi-day events, the peak of which was Milsim West, attending as part of the organization called the Rushing Russians. My mild obsession with Adidas stems from my time there. Also, I find it funny, Milsim BB Wars taught me more about stuff like tactics, fieldcraft, land navigation, gear, radios, etc. than the actual Army did. Now, my holy grail airsoft gat was always the Barrett M82 or M107. Turns out it was literally just a 25-pound M4 when it came to the actual internals of the blaster, but it just looks so cool. When shows like Future Weapons showcase the anti-material rifle, I actually recorded it on a VHS, ask your parents, so I could rewatch it over and over. While I never did get a Barrett of my own, I did dress up an M16 to look like one, and
I miss this fucking airsoft gun so much. It was so cool.
Pretended it was chambered in 50 Beowulf. It was named Barrett Puff Jr. I'm sure most of you could spot the iconic parts of a Barrett 50 cal rifle. The distinct arrowhead muzzle brake, the oval cuts in the receiver, the huge integrated bipod, or the comically small A2 grip found on most AR-15s. This thing has been in movies, TV shows, and games for decades, starting with, I believe, RoboCop, where it was portrayed as an autocannon. Funny thing is, this thing was designed and built in a garage, the garage of Ronnie Barrett. And man, if I had a nickel for every time an iconic long-range rifle was built in some garage,
I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right?
Barrett just kind of came up with the idea while taking pictures of a pair of M2s on a PT boat and said,
Barrett Puff Jr. reminds me of the AC-130's OG
while some
name.
anti-tank guns existed from World War II that could be
wasn't it like Puff the
Fire
Magic
50
Dragon
BMG?
or something
that
like
seemed
that?
like more trouble than it was worth. So he said,
It's a Futurama joke, because there's Scooty Puff Jr. that Fry rides along in one episode. It's like a little wind up like baby toy tricycle that he uses to fly through space. So Scooty Puff Jr., Barrett Puff Jr., that was kind of the idea.
I want to build my own. Took his ideas back to his garage and pumped one out. When he tried to sell the idea, he was told by everyone he pitched it to that it just wouldn't work, it's impractical, someone would have done it already, etc. So he ended up selling them himself for a time at things like gun shows, and they grew in popularity on the civilian market. Jump cut to the 90s, and Ronnie Barrett has joined the short list of men who have designed a rifle that has been adopted by the US military, sharing the space with names like Eugene Stoner and John Browning. Now, if you asked your friend who plays too much Call of Duty, he'd call this thing a sniper rifle, but the truth of the matter is, it really isn't. I mean, sniper rifle isn't really a defined class of weapon the way assault rifle or submachine gun is. A sniper rifle is any rifle a sniper is using to snipe, meaning a person who shoots from a hidden place with an emphasis on accuracy and long range. Now, the range part has a lot of play. Nick Irving, for example, says a majority of his shots were 100 to 300 yards, and most from a squatting position. You can do that with an intermediate cartridge like a 5.56. And if you want more punch for more effect on target, up it to a 308 or a 338. You don't need a 50 just to take down an HVT. What most people would think when they hear sniper rifle is what I'd call a precision rifle, a rifle made to be as consistent as possible. Mostly these kinds of platforms are bolt action, since that gives the most consistent shots. Things like the Remington 700, L96, or even Barrett's own MRAD. You can also make these rifles semi-automatic with a slight hit to performance in things like the M110 SVD or M14 EBR. What Barrett's semi-auto 50 cal rifles are classified as is anti-materiel rifles, meaning the intended target is equipment,
Materiel, by the way, somebody in the comments of, I think it might have been in one of the shorts, was bitching at they thought I was saying material, and that's not what it's called. It's anti-materiel. Materiel is French for like military equipment specifically. So it's not anti-material. It's anti-materiel. You gotta put some stank on it. So far, everything I'm saying so far is incredibly true. I probably didn't need to watch this one because everything in it is correct.
Structures or lightly armored vehicles, which is where the 50 BMG comes in. See, it's a big projectile. So big, it can fit all kinds of goodies in there, like explosive warheads. If you want to shoot at a low-flying plane or helicopter and you shoot it with just 50 BMG ball ammo, a half-inch size hole in the thing won't do much, if any damage. But if you hit it with a fragmenting explosive round,
Anti-French gun,
all
huh?
kinds of
Sign me up.
sensitive systems, it has a much greater chance of hitting, like hydraulic lines, fuel tank, or electrical systems. A radar station, an engine block, a fuel truck, or a cinder block wall, these are the kind of things you want an anti-materiel rifle for. It won't, however, go through modern tank armor. Those days were over pretty fast. Even autocannons have trouble getting through that shit. Its other main use was for EOD, or explosive ordnance disposal, in particular against IEDs, or improvised explosive devices. This is when some chucklefuck thought it'd be real funny to hide an old artillery shell on the side of the road and remotely detonate it with a Nokia 8210.
I love that I have this PNG on my hard drive still.
If it was spotted in time, rather than run up there with the bomb suit and try and disarm it, you could shoot it from a safe distance with the good old Barrett. Now, were these rifles used to snipe? Absolutely. So doesn't that make it a sniper's rifle in those circumstances? Yes. But that's not the intent. The barrel moves, and the scope isn't solidly mounted to the barrel, and generally 50 BMG isn't super consistent ammo unless you're hand-turning rounds and loading them yourself. It isn't meant for precision, it's meant to send a payload downrange. The semi-auto Barretts are usually around 3 MOA, meaning it will be consistent to within 3 minutes of angle. This translates to a 3-inch group at 100 yards, which means at 500 yards, that's a 15-inch group, and at 1,000 yards, a 30-inch group. So unless the target is your average Reddit mod, it's not the best tool for the job. For a true precision rifle, you're looking for sub 1 MOA minimum, maybe even 0.5. Now, I've been saying Barrett as a name for these rifles because they actually not only have several variants, but entire different configurations and mechanisms. The first one RB pumped out in 1982 is the M82. You can tell the older base model M82s from the newer ones because the rail section is only long enough to mount the scope, and the carry handle is built into the upper receiver. The M82A1, also known as the M107, turned the scope mount into a much lower profile.
Yeah, see, so the M82A1 and the M107 are technically the same gun. It's just different designations between the different branches.
But monolithic top rail, and made
like the SIG P320 and the M17. You know, I mean, the same fucking thing.
The carry handle a removable rail-mounted accessory rather than a built-in deal. The M82A2 was a sweet-ass prototype that turned the thing into a shoulder-fired bullpup, and by shoulder-fired, I mean held like a rocket launcher. The M90 and M95 are both magazine-fed bolt-action bullpup precision rifles. The U.S. Army made a call to try out 50 BMG precision rifles at one point, and Barrett submitted these, but the Army realized it was kind of dumb and abandoned the program. The M99 was developed as a cheaper alternative.
This is the cheapest Barrett that you can get. Well, I guess they make ARs too now, but in terms of like 50 cal like rifle, this is the cheapest one, and it's still like $2,000, probably more than that
for civilians.
No, yeah, it's got to be like $5,000. I've looked at it. Getting an M107 or an M82A1, you're looking like 12 to 15 grand. Like no optic or anything, just the gun and like a magazine, which maybe one day, but fuck, that's expensive. If I was gonna get a 50 BMG rifle, which it might be in my future one day, as much as I fucking hate Brandon Herrera, if the AK-50 is under 10 grand, I will probably buy one day. I'm a big AK guy, and yeah, if not that, then probably a Serbu, because those are sub 10 grand, even though they're gas driven instead of recoil operated. But whatever.
Sport shooters, as it has no magazine and is a single shot version.
Look at that ricochet.
For civilian sport shooters, as it has
look at this dude shoot. There it is. There's the shot. And then it fucking bounces off a rock into space, dude.
Single shot version. The XM109 is a somewhat conventional looking M82A1 prototype, but chambered in 25 by 59 millimeter grenade rounds. The XM500 is also a prototype, being a more traditional bullpup semi-auto version of the platform. Neither of the two XM models went past the prototype stage, though. Some models
Like, it's still going.
Arrowhead muzzle brake for one that can take suppressors. Some have a monopod that can screw into the back. Some come with an aluminum rather than steel upper receiver, a cheek rest, and shorter barrels, depending on the exact model and configuration. Yes, there exist CQB versions of this thing. And now comes the time for video games. There's a whole bunch in here with a lot of different models and variants. Bullpups, bolt actions, and the iconic standard M82s. Too many to go through in detail, so cue whatever banger song I've chosen this time for the montage of honorable mention.
This is the song that I ended up blocking in the AC-130 video. But since this was getting less views, I decided to leave it in and give the money to Baby No Money. He deserves it.
She a little freak, she for the streets. 6 digits on the check, took it to the bank. Commas after commas, make it boil. Got a 10 coming over, only need a thing. Shooting blanks on the blank, make a girl. My wrist ain't peasy, pros can't please me, sounding too easy. I'm a bitch, stay creamy, pocket so dreamy. Shawty wanna freak me, okay. She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak, she for the streets.
The AMR got a buff. Nice. It was pretty good when I filmed this.
You MC squared, I'm Einstein. I'm the new Johnny Cash, well, waterline. Of course, my boys gon' stay this rich. Miami chillin', got a wheel like Smith. Visa card maxed out, brand new fish. And my dick got her cheesing cause I'm semi-Swiss. Out the aphrodisiac, rhino, head game crazy, she a goddamn psycho. No FaceTime sex, it's a slideshow. 10 toes down, got me dodging all the 5-0. She fit like Cinderella pumpkin. Come on over, baby, home alone like Mr. Cocaine. King Cobra wearing bulking. Popping out the sweat at the gym, got your shawty convulsing. She a little freak, she on me. She a little freak.
It played Helldivers 2 in a year. I played for the ODST update like twice. It's pretty good.
She for the streets. Blowing me down like a wind for scale. Her ship left, boy, that shit sail. Don't talk money, I read it well. Baby so krill like I'm no whale. She aching on my clay with her hands like it's pottery. I'm freaky, think I love her, yeah, I might need a lobotomy. Swallow me, gobble me, all of me. Poseidon in the pussy got me feeling like the oddest. Feeling like I'm 50 Cent in a candy shop. Now she tryna lick my lollipop. Got pussy on my tongue and it costs a lot. You might talk the talk, but I walk the walk. Come on, pink coupe like Anderson. 35 mil this year, West Anderson. Roomscaping on these hoes, got Adam. She a F-R-E-A-K. I'm abstinent.
My equilibrium's all thrown off.
It's such a good fucking song.
Why'd you invite this stoolie, huh? We want Lamar to be rescued, not sold to the feds.
Give it a rest, asswipe.
Man, would y'all two shut the fuck up? Now let's take a look at this place, man. Lester said this was some type of big weed store spot.
Place is crawling with ballers, you know? Now, me and you, we don't mind the old gang warfare, but Suede Buck's over there.
Yeah, tell Trevor I said bite me.
Man, I said shut up. Now I see the weed, but where the fuck is Lamar? Oh shit, there he go.
You know what? Tell Trevor I'm gonna be up on this hill with my rifle. I don't want to be anywhere around him when he fucks this whole thing up.
Classic, huh? He's already planning his escape. Oh,
There's an interesting arms race in GTA when it comes to the rock, paper, scissors style of combat you see in public free roam lobbies. Generally, like in the real world, aircraft are dominant. If you're a new player and you see a jet icon on your minimap, panic starts to set in. One of the best counters to fighters or attack aircraft is the Heavy Sniper Mark II, loaded with explosive rounds. Now, this weapon is an upgrade that requires a weapons workbench, and that is only accessible for a lot of money. On top of that, the ammunition is very expensive, and you can only carry a few of the magazines at a time, but one shot is enough to destroy an incoming laser. Now, the Heavy Sniper Mark II isn't a Barrett. I mean, pretty much no gun in GTA is 100% a real gun. They all have small little differences in them. But the Mark II version is very close to the Serbu BFG-50,
That guy.
which was created as a cheaper
I might get one of
alternative to
those.
Barrett's 50 cal rifles. Side note on the BFG, it's gas operated, more like a beefed up AR-15 rather than recoil operated like the Barrett semi-auto rifles. If you didn't know what it was, you'd probably assume it was a Barrett. Anyway, before you upgrade the Heavy Sniper,
There's a point in here. I fucking hate that it's in here, but I really didn't have any other better footage for it, so I kind of went with it. Where I shoot, and just because of the way GTA is, the bolt doesn't rack. It stays closed, and I hate it. It doesn't eject around or anything.
it certainly has more Barrett in its DNA. Sadly, there isn't much you can do with this version of the rifle besides your standard long-range shooting. It doesn't have much,
Round
if
ejected.
any, effect on vehicles, but it is a solid
Round ejected.
long-range weapon for unarmored targets such as
Nothing.
other players on foot. You can use it to hit the tail rotors on helicopters,
I don't know
but
why.
so can any other weapon. The upgraded version is a nice AMR for light vehicles, but sadly, it changes it from a true Barrett.
Yes, very sad. Anyway.
That's right. This is the one where I start using memes at the end of the sections, and it just starts to not make sense. So this is the last one I do that for.
Looks like you've still got your mojo. Glad you haven't gone soft since Bolivia.
Yeah, you and me both.
This is also more
So
of a
what's the
Splinter
plan?
Cell cutscene.
Watch my back.
I don't know why
I need to
this
retrieve
one.
some data.
So, what brings the mighty Sam Fisher to Aurora?
I'm after someone called the Strategist.
I hate that they
We've been
changed the
linked to
voice
several
actor for
kidnappings around
the main
world,
character.
All
in
military specialists.
This one from Wildlands.
We
He
don't
sounded a
know
lot
who's
better
up
in
to, but we know
Wildlands,
he's
a lot
here
more
on this
natural.
island. If I can get him in front
He
of
sounds too
Congress,
action
he should be
movie
able to
now.
authorize an invasion of Aurora.
So they'll finally send in the cavalry.
Right.
Because I believe it's supposed to be the same character.
For now, it's just us.
I started playing Ghost Recon Breakpoint for this video. I was really hoping I could have found an example in Ghost Recon Wildlands, which is a game I have a ton of hours in. Sadly, the only one I could find turned
How many hours do I have in Wildlands? 123. Not bad. You went through the same voice change Batman went through. Exactly. And it sounds like shit.
out to be another Serbu, not a Barrett. So here we are in the sequel. I heard a lot of negative things about this game when it launched, but then I heard they have since fixed them. I'd say it's still not as good as its predecessor. I was able to find the M82 in here pretty much right after the tutorial. I just had to sneak into a compound to do it, and I was way underleveled for that, but we managed it. I then come to find the Arrowhead muzzle brake isn't included, but I found it in a small camp on the other side of the island, so another infiltration to grab that. After I had both, this thing was ready to go. Much like the real world, the Arrowhead brake can't accept a suppressor, but you really don't want to use a can on this thing. Damage fall off is huge in this game when running a suppressed weapon, unlike the real world where you will usually see a velocity increase. The report from this thing is also surprisingly realistic. You can hear the crack rolling through the hills, something a lot of games actually get wrong.
Oh yeah.
If you pick the Marksman
Oh, that's
class,
good.
then you have 3 shots of AP ammo to use as a special ability on a cooldown, which pairs nicely with the Barrett. It's also not the worst option for taking out lightly armored vehicles like trucks or helicopters, even without the powered up rounds. I'm playing in the immersive mode where the weapons have fixed stats with no rarity, so this thing is great right off the bat in my case. I'm pairing it with a Mark 23, and that combo is proving to be a good mix. The game has definitely grown on me, even though there's a bunch of extra mechanics.
You played
thrown
Breakpoint
in
with
when
your older brother,
Wildlands
and it sounds
formula
cool.
was
Browns
already
whiz
pretty
past your
solid.
head. I have not played
I'm here to
Breakpoint
tell you right now.
since.
We don't care.
See, this meme doesn't make any sense. It was a good representation. I don't know. We care. Yeah, I haven't played since I made this video.
fucking job.
So what are we gonna do now? Damn it, somebody say something!
Shit, I don't know about you, but I think it's time to go and rescue us a commie pinko liberal pilot called My Friend.
Haggett, for once, I completely agree with you.
Now, Barrett rifles have appeared in a lot of Battlefield games. Battlefield 3 and Hardline are big ones that come to mind. But back in my first ever Battlefield game, Bad Company 2, there was the M95, the bolt-action bullpup version. And while I don't currently have Bad Company 2, I can play it in 2042. So here we are again. Now, the graphics in 2042 are outstanding, and the model looks great. Battlefield can sometimes have this kind of smeared style look to it, but 2042 seems more crisp than 3 or 4. The sound on the M95 here is phenomenal. You get that rolling thunder after your shot, just like in Ghost Recon. I set up this game so bullet damage and travel time was more realistic, and it was a blast sniping with this thing. You can even change your scope on the fly, a feature I did not expect in a Battlefield game. The bipod mechanic that started in Battlefield 3 is also here, and
That scope is way too low. You'd never be able to sight through that. You need that on a riser.
Makes going prone with this thing very effective. It was almost laser accurate. We can pretend that the bush Wookiee we play as has
Not on a
turned
flat
the
top
projectiles
receiver
on
like
a
that.
lathe and loaded his own powder. Just sniping at bots is actually probably the most fun I've had in 2042 yet, which isn't something I thought I'd say. Every time we're in this game, I like it more and more.
Yummers.
Why the hell?
Care package on the way.
Good shit. Reznov, why is all my friends in this game? Like,
For those of you that don't know, this was a thing where you would find someone hard scoping in COD, bring up them in like your Xbox Live here, and send them a message to turn around, wait for them to get it, and then as they as you think they're reading it, you fucking stab them. And it's pretty fucking funny. Just super oblivious.
I'm getting a dad but it's recording all an MP3 player. Well, an iPod Nano. So don't bitch. You bitch, I'm removing you.
There you go.
Wow, Relapse is a new.
Call of Duty has a long history of Barretts, going back to the iconic COD 4 and the All Gillied Up mission. It was pretty typical back in the day of Modern Warfare 1 and 2 to have the Barrett be spammable. It would shoot as fast as you could pull the trigger. A friend of mine was so good at it, he was, on multiple occasions, accused of having a modded controller. Hip firing
Shout
the
out to
Barrett like
Andrew
this made it
for
a very effective close quarters weapon.
spamming the
But that's
shit
all
out
in
of the
past.
Barrett.
If I want to play
Modern
a
Warfare
PvP
2
shooter nowadays, I load up COD 2019. I have all my shit posted.
Oh, I forgot about this.
There's the anime schoolgirl ballistic shield, the Barbie AR and 458 SOCOM, the waifu P90, and of course the Uwuzi. Thank God there's no way to
Uwuzi.
cover the Barrett in cartoon women. Nah, shit. The Barrett here is called the Ritex AMR, and this thing seems like not a terrible rendition of the rifle. You can put a break on it that is similar to the Arrowhead, if not the exact right shape, or one of the better looking Barrett suppressors we've seen so far. You can also rechamber the rifle to 25 by 59 millimeter, effectively turning the weapon into an XM109. The 25 millimeter rounds can carry HE or thermite, both of which act as you'd expect. These rounds make the rifle pretty well equipped for dealing with light vehicles like UAVs or VTOL kill streaks. I usually play on hardcore, so no matter what, this thing is a one-shot kill. If you're not playing Warzone, you'll pretty much never be taking shots outside 100 meters, which isn't really a bad thing. A good combo for the setup I like to do, and actually on a lot of guns in this game, is to use a low-power thermal scope with the smoke grenade, so you can see through the smoke and blast anyone on the other side. I've said it before, but COD 2019 is still, over 5 years later, to this day, my favorite PvP shooter. The gunplay and movement is super tight. I really like the operator skins you can get, and a lot of the weapon skins are hilarious if you want to engage with them. I can't really speak to Warzone, as I don't really enjoy battle royales that much, but in the regular
Battle royales
multiplayer,
suck.
this rifle is
Not
a pretty
afraid to say
decent
it.
representation of the Barrett.
That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Yeah, like, see, that one's too. That's too
Hey, be
hyped
careful
for
with
what
that,
it
son.
is.
That's up. Ow, my ears.
Yeah, I didn't realize
What?
that if you pressed the button and it went off.
I can't hear you. What?
If you pressed
The
the
grenade
button,
went
it
off. What are you saying?
For those of you that don't know about Pavlov, it's just VR Counter-Strike. That's it. That's the game. There are many community-made game modes you can get on the workshop, like Battle Royales, Trouble in Terrorist Town, Gun Game, etc. The base game has a pretty decent selection of weapons, including a Barrett. Now they went with an M99
God, the frame
here,
rate there, I don't know
assume
what that
for
was.
balance reasons, since it's pretty much guaranteed to be a one-shot kill. A semi-auto one-shot at any range in a game like Pavlov, which has a pretty long time to kill, would certainly be overpowered. Now you can't really customize this thing that much. You're stuck with a magnified scope or just a bare rail, but you can throw the large suppressor on the end. I used to play Pavlov a ton back in the day, but as other games like Onward and Breachers came out, it got a little stale for me. I still do love the community-made maps and game modes here, but Contractors even has surpassed it in that respect. It's the only M99 in gaming I've seen though, and the game itself can still be a bit of fun.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Like I just said, it was good. It's not dog shit. Bro shot entirely around him.
This is my first time playing this game, and I'm not sure what I was expecting.
It's
I
definitely
figured it'd be closer
the best
to Squad
sounding
with big
Barrett.
open mats for large-scale milsim. I was not expecting two-way Rainbow Six Siege. Engagement distances are pretty close, maybe 100 meters at most, but a lot of contact takes place indoors, so the M107 here probably isn't the best pick. But holy hell, if the sound design for the Barrett in this game isn't top
Here we go.
notch.
Ooh, yeah. It's the spring on the charging handle. Oh, that's exact. So, I've held a Barrett once. When I was a nasty girl, the scout snipers were cleaning out the room. They pulled out a Barrett, and I was like, "Can I play with that for a second?" They were like, "Yeah, sure." And that the sound of that spring compressing when he racks the bolt, that is exactly what that sounds like in person. That is so incredibly well done. And no other game does that.
The spring compressing when the bolt is racked, the little echo of the empty mag being pulled out, the roll of the thunder after a shot, it's all perfect. Your ears will even start to ring if you shoot it fast enough. This thing is pretty much a guaranteed kill no matter where you hit, and pairing it with a 4x scope like a Spectre or ACOG is a much better choice than the full 12x sniper scope. Pairing it with a laser is also pretty helpful for those close to mid-range shots. Insurgency Sandstorm turned out to be a much more simple game than I was expecting to be, but it was actually a lot of fun.
This is very good.
Yeah, that one makes sense.
Shit, Frank, there's somebody here. Is anybody here?
I fucking love this
Speak
intro,
up.
dude.
We will shoot. Wait, hold your fire, Frank. Just a kid. Hey, boy. Is that water for us? Jesus Christ, Frank, you just killed a kid. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. I'm going to give him CPR.
Is he blowing someone? What is happening?
Yeah, looks like it.
So, of all the games we're going to talk about today, this one probably has the best implementation of the Barrett as it's intended. And since Arma isn't just a shooter, but an entire military simulator, this makes sense. Now, the M107 we're looking at here looks pretty nice, even though my guy shoulders and grips it like it's an M4. When I use this thing, I have a few mags of regular ball ammo, as well as some high explosive armor piercing.
Griff, why did you give me mouth to mouth for a bullet wound to the head? What would you do if he stabbed me in the toe? Rub my shoulders with aloe vera?
Incendiary rounds. I also bring a suppressor that I can take on and off as needed, and I run a large magnification traditional optic as well as a medium magnification thermal optic. I do this because, as in the real world, this thing can be used to take out traditional targets, you know, guys with guns, or can be used in its anti-materiel role to take out engine blocks, helicopters, radars, or light cover, etc. It's usually placed in a non-mobile OP, so the thermal for recon or Overwatch is a huge help. Light civilian vehicles vehicles can't take more than a few shots of HE API, so it's great for stopping vehicles driving towards a checkpoint. It's also nice for hitting low-flying aircraft or keeping them from taking off at all, eliminating huge threats before they can even manifest. For some reason, the HE API rounds don't take down dudes as well as I thought they would, so that's why I carry a few mags of regular ammo in case I need to put down anyone who's walking around. Just like in Ghost Recon, I like to carry it with a Mark 23, which is again proving to be a good pairing, as the Mark 23 is what's called an offensive pistol, aka a large, capable, but concealable handgun to be used as a primary if needed. I should probably do a video on that thing one.
We will do a video on the Mark 23, but after I own one. So it might be a while.
Anyway, the 188th Gaslighters, the Army unit that helped me in the AC-130 video, has welcomed me, and we're currently doing an
Good times in the 188.
op in Fallujah, where this thing really came into its own in the real world. I'm looking forward to killing some engines and popping some IEDs with this thing as the op progresses.
I like this one.
I do like that one.
Greetings. Welcome to the devlog.
So I made this just for fun, like maybe a year before. And it's just the perfect intro for H3.
For Alpha 3 of Update 76.
It also took like 8 hours to make because of all the stacked rendering I had to do.
Greetings.
Welcome to
Wonderful.
There's a lot of VR shooters out there. Pavlov, Onward, Breachers, but none of the weapons in those games feel just right, like the ones in Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. This is one of the games I specifically bought VR to play back in like 2017. The game is made by a very small team of 5 or so called Rust Ltd, and the project is headed up by Anton Hand, a delightful, wonderful man who puts out weekly devlog videos on his YouTube channel. Honestly, this kind of update transparency is something I wish more devs did. It can be rough sometimes waiting 9 months for a scrap of VTOL VR news.
True. He's getting better at it though. With he put out like that blog post, which is better than updating an FAQ. So he's getting better at it.
For those of you that don't know, H3VR has some of the most in-depth weapon customization in all of gaming, with maybe only Tarkov beating it.
I still think it's better than Tarkov. Depending on the day, I might say Tarkov is better, but on today, I think H3 is better. Give him a break. He's alone in such a big game. Again, I not saying that the updates aren't coming fast enough. I like the update, like the news, like a devlog, like Anton does every Friday. Whether he does something tiny or big, he still updates the community on what he's doing. And I wish I had that kind of communication in VTOL. That's all.
Thumb is, if you can do it in real life, you can do it here, even if it makes no sense. Hell, you can even make some abominations. The ballistics in H3 are pretty spot on, even down to different muzzle devices changing the point of impact on your weapon, and things like semi-auto or full auto weapons introducing mechanical inaccuracy where bolt actions will be much more consistent. The game features 2 50 cal Barrett rifles, an M107 and an XM500. The M107 doesn't have the iconic arrowhead right off the bat, but it can take suppressors, and there is an arrowhead attachment that can go on any weapon. There's also several different ammunition types, from standard ball up to APIT and even HE API, just like in Arma. The only real threats in H3 as of now are humanoid hot dogs, no light vehicles or aircraft, unless you count the flying stakes. Everything here works as you would expect, and H3 has a few intense PvE modes for practical shooting. Just like in Pavlov, to aim, you actually have to use your arms and lift the gun up to your eye. No right clicking here. Your aim is dependent on where you point the gun. You can even set up the bipod and lay on the ground prone to get a real authentic sniping experience. Unlike in Pavlov, the recoil here is actually very realistic. There isn't any PvP, and it has been firmly established that there never will be, although some mod breakthrough has happened on that front.
The multiplayer H3 via mods is incredibly doable now. I haven't done it, but I know that it's a big thing.
3 is a tremendously fun game.
I don't think it's PvP. I think it's PvE. It's just like two people going through take and hold together, but it does work.
It features hundreds of real firearms alongside some fake ones, each implemented as realistically as possible. The mechanics are solid, the writing is funny and clever, and hot dogs make good targets. I hold it as the best VR shooter, even if there isn't any PvP. Pretty much any weapon in this game could be called the best in gaming, since they're so accurately recreated and you can actually aim them. If you own VR and you enjoy firearms, get Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. It has the best Barrett in gaming.
Oh, better luck next time, buddy.
That one makes sense.
I know. Plain man do gun video? Crazy. While I plan on sticking to mostly aircraft for the foreseeable future, don't be surprised if some other pieces of military equipment sneak their way in here, like a gun, a tank, or even some other stuff like night vision or body armor. Look, it's my mental illness. I get to pick the hyperfixation.
I can do this all day since I find repetitive behavior so calming.
As always, thank you for watching. I recently opened up channel memberships here on YouTube, so if you want to support me, you can join that. It'll give you a little badge next to your name in my comments and live streams, and also access to some emojis. I plan on having some member only videos in the future, like maybe...
Yeah, the member only videos never really happened, did they?
Some long form videos from my ARMA sessions. In addition to that, I've been setting up a Discord for the channel too, and I've decided it's time to open it up to all of you. You can find that linked in the description. Not only is it a place where I may post stuff about the making of videos or play some games with you guys, but it'll also be a looking for group hub for a lot of games that I play on this channel, like VTOL, DCS, ARMA, etc. On that note, if you enjoyed the video, consider subscribing.
Worked out for me.
And
I'm
please
completely
check out
broke.
my past videos too. If I got anything wrong, please let me know down in the comments.
Lily, aren't you boosting the Discord? I think you are.
Especially if you own a Barrett. This is the first video I've done where I might actually be able to buy the thing one day, which is kind of surreal. It's certainly made my research easier. I'll see you all in the next one. Take care.
Raptor, do you copy?
You have Nitro through methods. Hell yeah. Transformers in gaming. Oh, all right, guys. I'm going to be real with you. I'm incredibly hungry. And we were at Costco earlier today. And they had a bag of just snow crab claws. It was like 2 pounds of just snow crab claws. And I think we're going to go eat those right now. It's going to take a while. So I think I'm going to cut the stream here. We will come back and do a part 2 here as soon as I get the time to do it. Thank you all for watching and hanging out. This will be turning into a video eventually. That's the plan, at least. We made it through. How many of these did we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did 5. So we got not even halfway there. It's 30 minutes past midnight. Yeah. I hope you all have a good night. Thank you again for watching. We'll be back to do this again soon. And have a good one.